Yo. How do I claim this actually? Huh. Oh, also like the XP boost is going, right? Alright. Alright. Time to lock in, I feel like shit. Time to lock in, I feel like shit. Hey, yo, thank you to everybody who's hanging out over here on YouTube already. Real quick, if you there, you hit that like button for me. Ooh. Ooh. What is going on, everybody? Cornfed, Party Cannon, Rakim, Faune, Joff, Mike,
Hope
Olivier,
everyone is having a good week.
Adam Neth. What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? Appreciate y'all. Thank you, thank you. Umi, thank you so much for the 4 months. Welcome back on in. All right, now I got my chats all saved. This is what we cooked up yesterday. Feeling pretty good about it. So yesterday we're getting gear ready. After stream. With the Obdicite and the things that we spent. So I spent about 40,000 Obdicite. Like 15k iron chunks, a couple thousand of everything. Getting some stuff put together. Now this is not perfect. This is straight up your build on Maxroll. The Maxroll build will get updated after today. More XP, more gold. Go do the stuff. Okay. So this is what cooked up yesterday. I was running bosses with Sirach, working with Sirach a bit, obviously. So we got Era Perdition because it says 60% damage multiplier. That's kind of about it. Honestly, I wish we could use anything else, but we can't. Shroud of False Death is insane, obviously, especially with the massive, massive, massive buff to Gloom. This is huge. We're using Casting a Channel Skill, does Decrepify. I just bought these gloves. Yo, Sonny with the 44 months. That is wild bananas. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. We got some bad masterwork critting on a Shroud of False Death. I just bought these gloves. I would like to have at least 2 GA. I have an offer in on a couple different ones. But basically you want intelligence, attack speed, and lucky hit chance. The lucky hit chance is so that we can completely manage our essence gen through lucky hit temper. If not, we'll have to put it on our weapon. I'm going with Inner Calm here. We'll have to see if Inner Calm or Conceited is better. I think a lot of Blight's fight is just kind of standing in one spot, and hopefully you don't get CC'd too much, and then this is fine. If not, you would use Conceited, which sucks, but like, you know, that's where we're at. I might even just use Sacrificial instead. The thing is, I'm at the highest attack speed breakpoint that you can get. For Blight without attack speed and cap 2. The pants and the boots are suboptimal. They're overrepresentative of stats that we don't really need so much. But, you know, there's not a lot we could do about that. I would like intelligence, basically. But life, armor, res. Why do these say blood mist duration? Oh, it's because there's nothing else to really change it over to. I could swap it over to armor, and then yeah, I could swap it over to a total armor roll. Boots are pretty good though. So we are movement speed capped as well. Now I have Embalmer here. We're gonna see how I feel about that. Basically, yeah, I'm just gonna see how I feel about that. I might swap this over to, if I have run Embalmer here, I might actually swap this over to Exploiters. We'll see about that. Because basically, like, fighting a boss just takes too long. So I have to do some math on how long we're keeping bosses staggered, and then what that looks like. Weapon's pretty decent. Perfect roll on the damage. High rolls on everything else. We're at 100%. Blight cast twice with a single GA here, and you don't even need it, or with a single Masterwork crit here, because I have an insane Evan Piercer. Shouts to Barbarian who gifted this to me. We're using Lith for Ohm. My Masterworks on Evan Piercer are bad. Ring is pretty good too. I actually don't need the GA on attack speed here. Great Feast. Oh, something yesterday. I went on this whole crash out about Great Feast. They actually just didn't buff Great Feast. Can anybody remember if Great Feast used to go up to 45%, or if it went up to 40 and this was instead just an 11 out of 11 aspect? I need help on this. I can't remember. And then our Starless Skies, we also don't need the Masterwork crits on attack speed. Now here's the problem. I really don't want to use Arrow Perdition. I really don't want to use Starless Skies. We don't have other multipliers to put on the build. And that's kind of the end of it. There's not much else to think about it. We are... Paragon is pretty standard. It is Amplify, Sacrificial, Eliminator, Scourge, and Abyssal. Nothing else to really do there that would be, like, differently involved. I kind of want to move Abyssal to a different spot, but I'm just kind of lazy right now, if I'm being honest with you. Maybe to here? Basically, you want Abyssal where you can get the biggest amount of additive. Yeah. And then for Mercenaries, we're going with Subo. Does Molotov. Molotov says for 3 seconds you do 30% bonus damage. And then Snipe says if they snipe the target that he aimed at, and he aims at a target every 20 seconds. Excuse me. He'll explode a Molotov on him. So this has an uptime, so it's 3 seconds every 11 seconds, and then every 20 seconds, so it overlaps. So it's basically like every 10 seconds for 3 seconds, you get 30% damage multi. That is my current understanding. Let's make some drinkables. Is there a drinkable that will actually increase my damage? The lucky hit is nice. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna run the vulnerable multi. That's like the only one that I can run, right? Yeah, I'll run the vulnerable multi. And then I need incense. Some Redamine Buzz. Actually, I have a bunch of Redamine Buzz. Chorus of War is like not good, but it's the only tier 3. that we can run. And then Sage's Whispers. Okay. You don't see any buffs to Blight and patch notes. You have to look under bug fixes for Ebon Piercer. What up, Trev? What are you doing? This first test run. This will be the first test run of Blight currently, yes. Scarf had 95 before. I was like at like 90 on this. Yes, Necromancer's got new weapons. We can basically use every weapon except for stabs. Oh, hey, I wish you all didn't move over there. Oh, we got straight up popped. How did we get popped? Did I not drink anything? That makes sense. Okay, hold on. Don't hit me. Thank you. When will mid-season go live? It already did. It is currently live. Hit the update button. Why not use Subo's Lucky Hit Chance next to the Molotov one? Why not use Lucky Hit Chance? Because this says I do 30% damage multiplication. This says I have some lucky hit chance. I explained that. I do not require more lucky hit chance. I require damage multiplication. Does that mean your Necro can clear 150 like Spirit Board? No. There's nothing in the patch notes that should lead you to believe that. Oh, I really don't want shields. Fuck. Damn, dog. Why am I popping so easily? Do I just like have to do this? Maybe I just have to do that? Why is my life so low? What does that question possibly mean? What does that question possibly mean? Weapon broke? Weapon's not broken, and also your gear breaking doesn't matter. It doesn't do anything. Well, either way we need to reset because shield bad, turns out. Resistor cap, yes. Doesn't look like much damage. Oh, welcome to Dots. Mm-hmm. The very, very funny thing about what is happening is you kind of can't see it. Kind of just can't see what's physically occurring. Also, where the fuck is the damage resistance aura? Like, I just topped out at 11 billion DPS on those targets. You just can't see it. Why must dot numbers be so small? Level up my glyphs? Oh, nowhere near 100. Is the skill itself doing damage now? No, not at all. They just made the item actually twice as strong as it was previously. Oh, also Blast Wave. Oh, Blast Wave like actually does damage. Then Overpower. Oh, Blast Wave absolutely does damage. Oh, cool. Overpower builds actually just got significantly stronger. Oh, that's actually kind of insane. You still need damage to be able to kill the boss, but kinda, yeah. Hey, why aren't these monsters getting pulled by corpse tendrils? Can we talk about this? Here we go. It does look light on damage, and it's because it's kind of impossible to, in real time, see the damage, which was always one of its, like, worst showings. Because, oh, hey. In a wall, wild days. Let's go. How dazed do you intend for me to be, game? How long do I need to kill the boss on this build becomes a question. Also, do the Event Piercer bolts have like a maximum number of targets they can pierce through? I think they do. So I'm like kind of just not applying damage to the whole pack the entire time. Found a perfect mutilator plate, so I'm gonna go Bloodlance. Oh, Bloodlance very easily does tier 100. It tops out a little bit, probably at like 111 right now. Maybe higher with the changes to shrines. Yes, so 1,000 million is 1 billion damage. So when I get everything back up, I'll show you. So right now I'm currently doing 7 billion DPS to that target before it died. People just can't see the damage numbers. But this is doing multiple billions of DPS to each target that it's hitting. They're just not big in orange, so people can't see them. Like right now, obviously there's like a damage resistance aura, but against the damage resistance aura mob, I was just doing 4 billion DPS. Now we're ramping. Now we had to stop because we were getting attacked. That guy was just taking 3 million twice per second. He's taking 4 million. So he just topped out around 9 billion DPS against him. I don't think 2 minutes is enough to kill the boss. Like, I need to run this a lot faster. But we're running into an issue where something feels different about the bolts. So he just topped out at 16 billion DPS. Oh, we might actually completely have the damage for this. Oh! Okay, so at 95, you only need like 3 minutes to kill the boss? That's actually not bad. Not even? And just so that people won't scream at me, let me go repair. Fun fact, your gear being broken doesn't do anything in this game. So that's all well and good. The only issue I'm kind of running into here is it feels like there's an upper limit of enemies that the bolts can pierce through. Which seems weird. The patch is out. Let's try that again. What happens when your gear is broken? Nothing. Nothing at all. People scream at you on Twitch. Oh, hey, 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 hey. No, the bolts are continuing to pierce. Oh, why am I fighting this? Snakes are bad. And I do just need more damage for the elites by far. Boss damage is actually very, very good. So we gotta go back to exporters. And exactly where you're positioned has become significantly more important. I want to try something completely different now that I think about it. Actually, I want to try something completely different. I think non-overpower Sever might be viable. It is viable. We already know that it's viable. But even non-overpower Sever wants to dip into Sever. But yeah, we already know that it's viable. So absolutely. So here's the thought.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
Let's not change exploiters yet because I want to see how this feels. Because we are at what? A lot of crit chance already. Thank you, Corithian. Very underwhelming build, LOL. So builds aren't really about being compared to one another when we're attempting to understand them and be able to rate them and things. We have to understand the good builds and the bad builds, and we have to understand the buff builds and the non-buff builds. One of my least favorite things while demonstrating something that isn't considered to be the best build in the game is how it's received, because if we only ever play the best builds, we never get the bad builds buffed. And then it just kind of pisses me off. And that's just kind of a me personal thing. What was the outcome of the desecration build? I'm not sure what desecration build refers to. Help me to better understand that. Desecrated Ground, Shadow Bloodwave? That one? Mayhaps? Also, every build when it is pit pushing, unlike the Spiritborn where you just kind of kill everything in like a normal rotation, every single Necromancer build is just this, but at different pit levels. This is in fact not underwhelming for Blight, which could barely scrape by tier 90 before this on the same gear. It's actually very exciting for Blight. Every single Necromancer experience is pull together a bunch of groups, sit there and attack it for a long time, then they are eventually dead. That's just kind of the Necromancer experience. Thubo, I really need you to not knock back the monsters when you do that. The change would melt them a bit faster. It would if I was down at the pit tier that you used to struggle at. This is now at the upper range of what this build has ever cleared ever in the season. So if it can clear it at all, it's already a massive accomplishment. I could go bring it down to the tier I was doing before so that it can look impressive. That doesn't so much help. I think this build's major issue is actually killing damage resistance auras efficiently. I don't think shamans should be allowed to teleport. I'll go ahead and say it. Blood Surge still the best for Infernal Hordes? Blood Surge is very good for Infernal Hordes. I would say that Spirit Wave is the best for Infernal Hordes. But I think that they're fairly comparable. Extra health monsters are also just like unfucking killable. Crikey, Batman. With the fucking knockbacks. That's a very frustrating map. What's my opinion on Paladin coming to the next expansion? I hope they never add Paladin to this game. I hope they give us a different holy class, because having a Paladin or a Crusader right now I don't think makes a lot of sense lore-wise. What's my opinion about it? I don't care what class they add to the game. They can add whatever class they want. My personal desire is to see them continue to innovate and add new experiences to the game, because it's a new game. Not my favorite, but manageable. I'm shooting at the damage resistance or a guy, and they're just not going towards him. Something is wrong. Something is like, do you see like how quickly we actually deal damage when the herd gets thinned? Something not right is happening. Something is very not okay with how damage is being applied to targets here. So,
you subscribe to a bad content creator.
Mic drop, thank you very much for the 16 months.
A real one.
I'm a real one.
You are the real one. let's go test some stuff. Tried incorporating Creeping Death for another multi. Currently using Damned on the weapon, Great Feast on Gloves, Creeping Death in my ring. It seems to work great. I really don't like Creeping Death, just kind of straight up. Because you automatically put the elites into Unstoppable, and Creeping Death immediately becomes a 40% multi there, and we just have a stronger multi available, but... I also don't like that it doesn't act as a multi against a boss. Those are some of my reservations about it. One, 2, 3, 4 times 2 is 8. 80 mil, that's nothing. Okay. The uptime, though. Actually, that's fairly low uptime. Okay. So that was a good experiment. The idea was that we stacked so much crit anyways, and we also got a lot of additive, that this should actually do like fairly well. And it doesn't, which is the initial thought, but you know, it was like a second. It was more so about the downtime of blighted aspect, which isn't great. Test your own biases. All right, test your own biases. We don't really apply different types of crowd control, though. We have slow, stun, daze, 1, 2, 3. Clears out the trash very fast. Maybe clearing out the okay. I feel like something weird is happening with the application of Ebon Piercer bolts to the majority of targets. So unlike other scenarios, maybe clearing out the trash is actually significantly better here. Is there like stopping our ability to be successfully applying damage? What's it called? Creeping Death? Maybe since we know that we do decent boss damage and it's clearing out the trash, which is our problem, then and speeding up against trash is the primary objective. Speeding up against trash is the primary objective. Okay. Yeah. So none of mine are 100 yet. 2 of them are currently only 60. Okay. So clearing off trash is the objective. I also kind of fucking hate Subo. I'm really not liking Subo knocking people around. What is my opinion on why all classes don't have at least one top tier build that has potential to reach 150? I don't think any class should even be approaching tier 150. And I think wanting any of the classes to approach tier 150 is to want this game to be incredibly boring already when they just added in a content type that was supposed to be purely aspirational. I think builds like barely scrounging, although now, no joke, with the changes to the shrines, I think shrine fishing is actually going to matter a lot. Like shrine fishing on an overpower build, it like might save you like a full minute. That is how insanely strong they are. I actually really hate that. But like if builds by the end of this season were maybe looking at tier 130, and then next season with the inevitable power, like the inevitable gain of power, then tier 140 was something that was achievable, and then the next season with the inevitable gain of power, 1 or 2 builds were just doing 150. That is 9 months of this content giving us palpable progression and a really good measuring stick and a way of evaluating like the relative increase in power. The idea that every class should be able to do a 150 right now, I think, is a very short-sighted and uninformed opinion for people to have when you consider like the totality of health of the game. Like everybody who is saying, oh, they need to buff everybody up to Spiritborn are uninformed. I think they have bad opinions that aren't based on like the understanding of health of a video game that's meant to entertain us. And I think it's like, I think it's a very low value opinion.
I'll watch your back.
Actually don't want him to taunt people randomly. So I guess I don't need all res, which is kind of funny. Actually, it's not funny. It's just the truth. It's 0% funny. It's just absolutely the truth. Okay. What's the best way to farm gear? Infernal Hordes is a good way to farm gear. Undercity is a better way to farm gear, but it has a, you know, a finite amount of times you can do it because you have to go get the tributes. Although I guess that doesn't answer your question. Your question was, what is my opinion on why they don't all have one? Because the developers don't intend for us to be able to do tier 100 on the current strength of builds. Hey, thanks. All right, let's do this. See how this is. I might have to swap over one of my tempers. Now I can't see monsters though, but that's okay. Wait, who knocked him back? God damn it. Right here also knocks back. They need to take fucking knockback as a concept out of this game. Oh, I also really hate this setup because you can't actually get everybody all together. Where is a damage resistance aura? Hello? I'm gonna kill this pack and reset. This is a terrible fucking map. And it has vampires, which are just the bane of Blight. The vampires are bad for everybody, but they're especially bad for this build. How does this build compare to the Shadow Necro build? I don't know what the Shadow Necro build. This is like the only Shadow Necro build that is like real, if you mean damage over time. Logged in and only watched damage numbers ending with K, while Spiritborn all buildings ending with B. That's not an accurate representation of the world. All of these damage numbers are ending in billion, and the Spiritborn's damage ends in quintillion, so they end in Q. How does this build compare to Shadow Bloodwave? Oh, it doesn't compare to Shadow Bloodwave. Shadow Bloodwave is an S tier build. Shadow Bloodwave is an overpower crit build. It's not. It's only darkness because you dip into more multipliers, but it doesn't do damage over time. It does crit overpower damage. How come? I need to turn off my damage numbers. It's nice to see the initial damage of Blight doing 20 million damage. Wowie. I also hate this map. About to go see if your Spirit Wave build feels stronger? Spirit Wave will feel significantly stronger, yeah. As long as you actually have like a good amulet. Damage over time duration is good. Is it good? It's a stat that's never existed in the game, so I can't really speak to how good it is, but feasibly it should be, as long as it doesn't accidentally like recalculate your damage so that it's doing less damage per second. But yes, so how damage over time works is you can stack it on targets. So by increasing how long it is, you are directly multiplying the damage that it does, as long as the monster would die over its duration. Technically speaking, if the monster wouldn't have died over the duration of 1, but now will, you've effectively infinitely increased your damage, because you're able to accomplish a thing which it previously could not accomplish. But in a more real-world sense, it's just like a fairly massive damage multiplier, as well as like a significantly large boost to like lucky hit effects, considering lucky hit effects can apply to every single damage instance of a damage over time effect.
Impressive, unfortunately.
How's Blight doing? It's doing double the damage it was doing before. A little bit more than that. So now we're seeing if we can, like, conveniently get past a 95? Although I am running into some issues which are very interesting. Clear speed is feeling a lot better here. Holy. Can you die? You better be worth the most progress that any monster has ever been worth in the history of monsters. What kind of issue? I'm finding it difficult to stack blight damage on all targets simultaneously. There was something that was reported as a bug where it was like damage over time can't apply to all targets simultaneously, which was something that I saw reported. And it was something that I kind of felt on Shadow Bloodwave when I was doing Desecrated Ground, where it just didn't seem like the DPS I was applying at the rate that it needed to be. It's just really, really hard to test. But that's just it. I don't know if that is a true thing, and I don't really have a way of testing it actively. But I feel as if my rate of damage application does increase with a reduction in number of monsters that I'm attempting to apply it to. But Like, do you see the number of damage over time ticks that are happening? That doesn't look like... It doesn't look like the number of monsters that are there. It's just very, very hard to see. We're just gonna have to, like, run back some tape. What up, Commander? Doing science, we were testing out Blight's damage output nowadays. I've heard a report that it is doing what it should be doing. I'm gonna fire into this group of monsters. I am not applying damage to all of them, right? And then it's so hard to see because there's a damage resistance aura at the front too. So it might just not be measurable amounts of damage. I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit of copium. Yeah. No, it's definitely something that's been reported. Like, it is a bug that is reported. I just don't know how to prove it. The only way I can think of is, like, get a lot of people together in a PvP zone. Well, there is another way to prove it, I guess. Is there an updated mid-season patch that buffs Blood Surge build? There are two things which indirectly buff Blood Surge. They did not specifically buff Blood Surge, but the two things that indirectly buff Blood Surge is that they buffed the overpowered damage bonus that Subo grants a character when using explosive charges, and they made it so that shrines actually deal damage that scales off your level. And since Blastwave Shrine does overpower damage every time that it explodes, that is a fairly massive buff to overpower builds in the pit. So we proved I really only need like 2 minutes on the boss. I would prefer 3 minutes considering we are missing a damage multi that had like half uptime. So I'd like to be done with this portion of the pit in a minute. Hey, whatever this is, Fucking calm down. I really hate like how far ahead of the timer I am when I only have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Like how ahead you are of the timer doesn't... I don't know how you can be that far ahead of the timer and not at the boss yet. Also, you know what hasn't happened? The timer hasn't popped while fighting a pack. Any updates and or buffs to... Oh, cool. Minions? Not really. They fixed the bug with Men Down where it reset its counter. Or it reset its counter due to resummoning minions or reinforcing. So that's a very minor buff. Not a buff, a bug fix, which will net those builds some DPS. I'm calculating it somewhere around like 1 billion DPS. It couldn't have been any other boss. With multiple shadow bosses that require me to move. It could have been Den Mother. But that's just it, like Bramble is just like so tanky that I almost would have preferred Den Mother. The other issue is that Subo is much, much better for resetting cooldowns on a single target. Oh, maybe I just need to set Subo Salvo to my off, because Altkin is kind of slow. I'm gonna be using right here. Also, our damage against the boss was fucking shit, and this is why I hate creeping death. Necro doesn't feel buffed on builds. How many Necromancer builds have you tested since the patch went live? Nick, can you give me any context, please, for what we're talking about? Wouldn't Aldkid be better as a hired mercenary? I do not believe so. Sever hits way harder? Yeah, it does overpower damage. Sever was always a stronger build than Blight. People might be misunderstanding what we're looking to test here. Damage over time builds are fucking awful. They have no support, their damage is trash. They just happen to take one of them and double its damage. So we just need to see what the top end of that double damage looks like. Nothing about what's currently happening is trying to usurp the meta or replace the S tier builds. We're just testing Blight, which was in complete obscurity and uselessness, and it got its damage doubled. I'm sorry if that is not an interesting thing. You know, I'm sorry if only ever playing the best builds is the only thing that people want to see, but that Necros didn't feel buffed. Necros got very, very impactfully buffed, but thank you for that context. Sever Necromancer is powerful. Yeah, it clears. I cleared 103 on it, and it just got stronger. Like a pretty decent little mark. So it should do at least 105. Shrines, they buff shrines, and on a non-overpower build, the Blastwave Shrine just felt very strong. So people are asking about Aldkin. So here's the thing that people are probably worrying about Aldkin. Where is it? Languishing enemies take 15% damage from you, maybe? Or... enemies damaged by Aldkin's Wave of Flame take 15% damage over time for 4 seconds. This happens every 25 seconds. So you have like 4-second uptime on a 15% damage buff, like every 21 seconds, which is like not particularly strong. The reason why I'm using Rahir is because this says enemies affected by Rahir's Ground Slam. So Ground Slam is once every 11 seconds, take 15% increased damage from you. And allies affected by his Bastion, happens every 30 seconds, deal 25% increased damage. So I think that this right here is the current best combination of damage amplification for the build. Any Necro, you were able to clear 103 or 105? Me? No, I got to tier 100? No. No, me? I stopped playing minions when it was hitting like tier 90. And it is at like, it's at 104 right now. Sever Necromancer can do pit 100? Yes. Probably don't remember, but I found a solution to my Cataclysm Druid overpower problem. I don't know that you ever shared a conclusion. I just know that you were running into an issue where it was eating the proc when you didn't want it to. And no problem, Playboy. How you doing? Blood Surge gained 1 billion damage, but underwhelming buffs? Well, considering Blood Surge didn't get buffed at all, I would say if you were hoping that it got buffed, that would definitely be underwhelming, because they quite literally didn't buff the build, nor do I think that they needed to buff the build. They just needed to buff builds that were underperforming. That's why it was weird that they buffed Bone Spirit and that they buffed Sever at all. I think I'm gonna enlist Subo for a salvo? Oh no, I can't make him do salvo. Your mercenaries gain a very small amount of stats from you, including attack speed. But like they don't gain your multis or anything. Well, that's interesting, Yamakuki. That is not how any of the other ones work, but that's very interesting. I need a solution to my mercenaries. I'm not sure what it is. Because the issue that we just ran into is I wasn't resetting cooldown fast enough.
I can do what you need.
Maybe I just like have to use Subo.
I'll watch your back.
I've always been better at
You're stronger together.
Okay, Whirlwind is good. Whirlwind is good. Okay, we're gonna do Whirlwind. Whirlwind is good. I could just very quickly level up my glyphs. And then 95 would kind of be a cakewalk. I hated Creeping Death. I don't even feel like it really sped up the clear speed against the trash enough to warrant it. I don't have multiple different types of CCs. I only have, what, 1, 2, 3, 2? But I still didn't like it. Because my boss damage went into the fucking gutter. Man, I wish I had a perfect conceded. Anybody out there have a perfect conceded? Was it you or did Twitch crash for a second? I believe that was you. You know if Exploiter's aspect works with minions, or does the you gain damage to unstoppable enemies only apply to yourself? So there's two things in that question. Your minions do not gain damage bonus from Exploiters, but since the Ring of Mendeln procs from the Necromancer, Mendeln procs benefit from Exploiters. Basically, right now, considering that Mendeln does... your chat sent once, Dela. The thing with minions, right? So here's the funny part about minions. You never need to ask the question, does this make my minion build stronger? Because the only way to build minions is to use the Ring of Mendeln, and that's the only damage that matters on the build. And since the Ring of Mendeln procs from the Necromancer, everything works for Ring of Mendeln. So, because we are now tied to that item again, functionally, you never have to wonder, does this work for my minions? Because your minions' damage does not matter in the equation. And nothing procs for your minions except for their own base hit damage. It's wild bananas. Wild bananas. Time to look up conceited aspect and see if I can find it. Because like the difference between my conceited aspect and a different conceited aspect is very high. What is mine? 25? 27? Alright, I've given up looking for conceited aspects. Maybe that's amulet? No, that's an amulet. The iron, or not the irony, but like the issue with conceited aspect I find so funny. Okay. I'm going to concede early. Do people want to do pit runs? I want to like speed run tier 90s to level up my glyphs. Does anybody want to do pit runs so we can make this faster and everybody can join in? I want to speed run tier 90s or like tier 95s if people are strong enough to do that. Level up glyphs. You have like 30 minutes. Hop in here, Grim. Dentos. My gamer tag is in the description. So whoever adds me and joins on my party, get in here. Also, Trev, are you around? Trev, get in here. Trev, get in here. Get in here, Trev. Trev just sitting in Karagar. Okay. I am sorry. I'm so sorry. I do have to immediately kick you out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We have to get Trev in. I'm sorry. To do this to you. What level are we all? We could do 95, right? Everybody's competent and powerful. I'm sorry. Yeah. Grim said they only have a half hour. If we're still doing runs by that time, we'll get you back in. I'm sorry. Hey, real quick, boys. Oh, we were missing somebody. I was like, hey, I'll let you know. I don't think we're going to succeed. If everybody could sound off real quick what pit tier their build currently runs, and maybe we will modulate. Maybe we will modulate or modify. That's pretty cool. We have a Sever Necro. We have another Blight Necro. We have a Druid. Y'all? No. Don't leave. Don't leave. We're gonna pop down to tier 90. Where's the spirit, bro? Wait, why did... What? What just happened? Oh, you're currently on Blight? Gotcha. Hey, why are we done? Leaving pit leaves party? Fucking what? Hey, can y'all get back here? Who else was in this party? Hey, whoever else was in this party, can you rejoin? Yeah, what up, Panda? Okay. Okay. That's funny. Why the fuck would that be how that functions, huh? Is there like a choose to leave as a group button? No? What a... Hey. How did that get past R&D, boys? Would I recommend wearing a Baco for my D2R Singer Bar build? In a perfect world, no. But if that's the best helmet that you have, yes. Although even just getting like a magic helmet with like plus to war cry and then some sockets in it would arguably be better output, but there's always the reality of the difference between, oh, don't follow me, I will just pull stuff back to us. Is that? Because y'all can be fighting stuff and I can be grabbing stuff. This is the power of grouping. But like, can you use the Shaco? Yeah, sure. On the Barbarian, it's like particularly weak just because of how powerful Barb Helms are in comparison for what you can do with them. But the answer is always use the best helm that you have, or use the best item that you have. Get over here. Get over here. I say to the NPCs and not to the people playing with me, because that would be wild. And go start setting up the next little pack. Hey! Mannequin, thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate that. There's that. Why are they leaving? How does aggro work in this game? Can y'all coalesce here? Eansicus, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the prime as well. Thank you, thank you. Okay, that's final pack here. So what we're doing is, basically, I'm gonna pull a pack together. We're gonna kill that pack. Then we're gonna move on from that point. So when I run off, let me run off and pull some monsters. Don't stop fighting where you're fighting. We're trying to be tactical. So the three of y'all just kind of coalesce onto one area. Me running out here and not having to fight them makes it easier for me to pull them towards us. And then we get the big packs, them big boy packs. Wow, that is so heinously wild to look at. Yeah, this is D3 Greater Rift strats, except very bad because you can't infinitely pull monsters here. All right, we're gonna after we kill this elite, we're gonna move to the. We're all gonna move. Would you consider a decent pit tier for off-meta builds, like builds that aren't even on the max roll tier list? What would I consider decent? Being able to clear world tier 4, so tier 65. Hello? 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 What the fuck? Okay, cool. But if somebody were to show me a build and say, do you think that this is a good build? It would have to clear at least tier 90. Controller can't die. It's USB controller. I don't know. I physically don't know what just occurred, so. Trev is on a journey. Got Blight to 1 billion? I have maxed out at about 16 billion DPS. All right, I'm on a mouse and keyboard now. Build. I am a Necromancer. All right, so y'all get up to here. Any point in using Shroud in Shaco? The Blight build is going to get updated. I'm currently using Shroud, but Shaco isn't a great item. I would recommend Air of Perdition. But if you don't have that item, I would recommend using the best helmet that you have. Which, if Shaco is the best helmet that you have, I would recommend using that. Hey, don't die to Lilith by BT dubs. I say as I die to Lilith. My excuse is I don't play on mouse and keyboard. What's going on with the controller though? It was very ballsy of me. Stupid and ballsy. We gotta do that fast, but hold on a second. How does Blight feel now? It feels twice as strong as it did before, which still means it feels bad because it's a dot build. It's somewhat of a dot build. Okay. We good? What was that? What? Physically, what was that? Did I just say Blight is bad because it's adopted? No, because it's a dot build. I thought they buffed all other characters. They did, significantly. All right, so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to move towards a large pack. I'm going to run ahead of that. I'm going to pull in stuff. We're going to keep killing in that generalized area until the things are dead. So right here is a good spot. Alrighty, y'all can move up to here. All right, we got a big old pack here. All right. Oh, the lag is crazy. What is happening? Okay, we got concentration here. So damn, big damage. Yeah, I like big damage. We also don't need to finish off like every single little monster. We want to be hitting big packs of elites. So what are we still fighting over here? Because I assume it's not a lot. For the dream to work, the dream's gotta work. Alright, we're gonna finish off that pack. There's nothing else. Spiritborn's still out of control. They didn't nerf or fix the bugs on the Spiritborn very specifically because they were asked not to, and it would have sucked if they did. Was there an expectation that the Spiritborn was being nerfed after finding out what was in the patch notes, or? Hey, I don't know whose server we're on, but the lag is bananas. I got a big old pack here. So again, you basically just want to clear off the majority of elites and then move forward after that. Killing every single monster is very, very inefficient, and we want to try to localize all our damage to the same area, which would be around these damage resistance aura monsters. Fucking bananas. Blight good again? Blight is twice as strong as it was before. It might top out around tier 100. Which would be fairly impressive. Considering dot builds are pretty hilariously undertuned. Did Blood Surge get a buff? Blood Surge and Bloodlance did not receive direct buffs. They were buffed by proxy due to a buff to Subo's overpower damage buff on explosive charge, and by the fact that shrines now actually do damage, and because they can overpower, overpower damage is significantly overrepresented in them. Are Necros able to do 130? No. Not currently. But no build is able to do 130 other than Spiritborn. Unless the other classes got hilariously buffed during this patch. But prior to this patch, no other build was anywhere near 130. And the Necromancers were the strongest class in comparison to everybody else except for Spiritborn. Yeah, so right there, we were just hopping out around... What was that? That was 6 billion DPS on the boss? Not too bad. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Grim. Fearless, do you want to hop in? Feels good, but not as good as ever? Yeah. It's accurate.
My hammer sings on your return.
What builds are cranking their hogs after the patch? Every single Necromancer build got stronger. Do I like the PoE soundtrack? I haven't really listened to it. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Run ads now. This is actually a quick bathroom. It's not a 15-minute, you know, Dave the Diver situation. I just drank way too much tea. We have more viewers on YouTube than we do on Twitch. That's wild bananas. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. BCE still feels lackluster? Oh, absolutely. The change to Howl from Blow was never going to be enough for BCE to actually do damage. Fearless Shay not letting you join. There's a problem sending the party invite. Okay. Trev, can you leave party and let me... Yeah. There's that, there's that. Okay, now everybody's here. Okay. Now what is Jay on?
Greetings.
You're on Surge. Okay. Let's see how fast this goes. Has Shaco been largely replaced? It depends on your build. The major issue is that Air of Perdition says 60% damage bonus on a helmet, which is like pretty cracked. So if you can't outperform that, then you probably won't. All right, so again, the general idea is that I will go get us monsters so that y'all can just efficiently kill packs, and I can efficiently pull packs. So we want to be focusing on damage resistance aura. We don't want to be wasting damage into stuff until that's gone. And then once the pack is mostly done, like even if there's only like one elite left, y'all wanna move on. I think y'all could pretty safely walk up to here. We have damage resistance aura over here. Is men down really fixed? I don't know. I have no reason to believe that it isn't. Okay. Okay. I guess I'm just going to stop trying to do the group tactic thing. This isn't to be passive aggressive, but it seems like we're not necessarily interested in it, so. I guess we'll just Zerg forward and just clear out packs. Which is also fine. I don't think we have to be that efficient when we're doing 90s. But y'all do need to kill damage resistance aura monsters before we fight anything else. Else we just like physically can't do damage. What about a physical CE build? The issue with physical CE builds is you can't generate enough corpses to make it work. And then the damage on Corpse Explosion also doesn't have enough scalers. The major issue is that you can't scale Corpse Explosion's damage because there aren't Corpse Explosion damage scalers. Works. I haven't watched it all, but how's the patch working for Blight? It deals more than double the damage that it was meant to. The buffs that went into place went into place. Now it's just seeing what the top end of it is, which I'm thinking like perfect gear might top out at like tier 100. And now it's just about fine-tuning what the build will look like. But sadly still bad because damage over time builds are bad. Hey, I don't want to get weird and conspiratorial. But something very weird is also happening here. Where my, like, damage output is significantly lower and inconsistent than it should be.
Hope you're having a grand time grinding carrot.
Tor Spirit, thank you very much for the tier 1. Thank you, thank you. How did Bone Spirit fare with the buffs? I got pretty significantly stronger. Alright, no problem. Does anybody else want to pop in? It's not 3 p.m. here. Tor Spirit, thank you very much for the 7 months. Subscribe for 2 months. Thank you. I appreciate that. No, I want people to be getting... I want people who are looking to get stuff to get stuff. I do think we could probably bump it up. What up, Claricate? Thank you very much for the follow. Seniaz in Nevix in Joey Norwegian, thank you for the follows as well. Yo, what up, Viet? How we doing? Oh, well, yeah, it's a Spirit Boy. So, yes, I think we could crank these up.
Hello.
That's not a bad thing. Thanks for being a Spirit Boy. Your duty is appreciated. Alright, Necros. The name of the game is group everything for the Spiritborn. You have a duty. It is so wild that you can jump over walls with that.
No.
And thank you, those are kind words. Do I think that Druids are in a better place? I honestly don't know what happened to the Druids, so I can't really speak to that. But tier list will be updated with findings, as long as everything works the way that we expect it to. I'm helping. I'm helping. I'm helping. Get over here, monsters. Come to the grinder. Thought you were going to make Blight? You're looking at Blight. This is Blight. Welcome to Blight, Necromancer. Is Shaco better than Perdition for Bone Spirit? In the endgame, no. Perdition is better. But that one is less cut and dry. Is it working? Yeah, it's working. Me using the other skills on my skill bar is not should not be an indicator of whether or not the Blight build is functional. Sometimes you just have to cast other skills. Alter your Reap Necro into Blight? What is a Reap Necro? Did Minion Necro get any love? They fixed a bug for Minion Necromancer. But it didn't necessarily gain power. Let's see if in the amount of time it takes you to clear the rest of this, I can kill half. Players 4, tier 100 minions. Monsters, rather. Oh yeah, I killed the damage resistance aura. Huge. The answer was no, I could not. I killed the damage resistance aura, which is basically the same thing.
Sorry.
Sever. You should not convert Sever to Blight. Blight is significantly weaker than Sever. Unless you have better Blight gear than you have Sever gear. Something is wrong. I should not be going from doing 300 million to 1,500 million. Something is very wrong. I don't know how to suss out what it is. What was the bug with Minion Necro? If you summoned a new minion it would reset Mendeln's counter for all of your minions. So it would basically like negate an entire Mendeln proc every time you summoned a new minion. Which only really happened if your minions died. And since your minions don't die in the end game, it really only happened when you reinforced with your mercenary. But on low gear and lower player power, it happens a lot. I'm in the sweet spot, and I'm shotgunning all the missiles into the target simultaneously. I'm very specifically talking about my damage output against the boss. Something is either stopping damage instances from being applied, or something is impacting the rate at which Wither procs. But something is happening. It was going through phases. That was like the only way I could describe it. Where like all we were seeing was the base damage. What? Thank you. I done, mother. Here's what I'm gonna do. Hold on. How do I show this? You won't use wolves because they don't proc Mendeln. Yeah, go for it. If we're gonna do that, we should also cancel those. We have 2 spare porn going. Like, welcome to 110, I guess. Is it easier to get one shot again? Nothing has changed survivability wise. They haven't like modified damage reduction or survivability or monster damage output. Thaka is a very good name.
Hello.
Can Spiritborn do 120 plus? Sure. But see, you have to have been a Spiritborn to have those pit levels available to you. Or have gotten carried through them. I sadly have never been a Spiritborn, so I've only ever done up to 109. Hubby is struggling on Thork, can't do tier 65. Can you tell me what tier Lightning Spear Sorceress is on the max roll tier list for endgame in the pit? Because most of the time it straight up just comes down to gear, and that just comes straight down to stats. Like, if you don't have the majority of your gear as ancestral, A tier. Okay, so A tier should be able to do tier 100. So it sounds like his gear is bad. Wait, all of his gear is ancestral? Then it seems like he has ancestral gear that has very bad stats on it. Like, does Lightning Spear have a unique item with a very high variance on the roll? So, like as an example, for the Necromancer, there's Blood Artisan's Cuirass. Blood Artisan's Cuirass is the chest armor used on the second strongest Necromancer build in S tier, called Spirit Wave. It will generate a Bone Spirit after eating anywhere between 3 to 10 Blood Orbs, where I would basically not even consider running the build unless I had at least 4 out of 10 Blood Orbs, but preferably 3 out of 10 Blood Orbs, where I wouldn't even use like a 4 GA Ancestral piece of gear if it had 5 Blood Orbs on it. That's how different the output is between 3 and 5. So does Lightning Spear Sorceress have a unique item where, like, that's the thing? Where, like, you know, the spear only bounces 3 times versus bounces 11 times or something like that. Because it's not just about having the items that say the stats, but having the items with the good stats that I think a lot of people will run into and, like, not immediately grok the nuance of. Playing Bloodwave? Are you playing Spirit Wave or Shadow Bloodwave? Like, are you doing damage with Bloodwave or are you doing damage with Blood Artisan's Cuirass? Do you see how against this Blood Bishop, all of a sudden, I just topped out at 3.5 million, so 3.5 billion damage? How was I not doing that much damage before? This is impossible.
Impressive.
Oh, holy shit, I am using air. Hey, how many of us are using Air of Perdition? Hey, real quick, how many of us are using Air of Perdition? I'm glad there was an answer. All right. Using Blood Moon? All right, yeah, so that's the overpower Blood Wave. Very good. Shadow Blood Wave. Well, every class that does crit damage needs to reach 100% chance to crit, and like should be actively sacrificing other stats until you have 100% chance to crit. Which, if you already have Starless Skies, it should be like pretty easy to reach. You just got to get crit on the rest of your pieces of gear. But it turns out, if you don't reach 100% chance to crit, you effectively turn off your damage. The way that Air of Perdition works is whoever has killed a monster the most recently steals the Air of Perdition buffs. Oh, sorry. Hey, there's damage resistance aura over here if you want to kill it. Oh. Do they then stack? They do. You go from having a 60% bonus to, if everybody has one on, a 240% bonus. Bobcat. Sadly, this only works on kill. Well, yeah, so you kill monster. God damn it. You kill monsters leading up to the boss, and then you would be able to just have whoever needed to have the buff for the boss kill the last mob. But also, like, support builds don't kill mobs anyway, so somebody would just steal yours immediately. And you just have it. That is currently functional in the way that you want it to be. No, it steals the buff permanently, like even if you leave the group. So you log off, you have the buff. The buff is permanent. If you have the helmet on, you do 60% bonus damage. If one of your team members kills a monster near you, it takes your buff. Forever. Until you log off, or you leave that group or whatever. No, actually, you just have to straight up log off. Not sure if they have fixed that. Yeah, there's no duration on Era Perdition. We were fighting the Den Mother? Hey, I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I thought this was the Blood Bishop. No, but you know what? So look at this, right? Like, obviously, after these minions have died, sure, whatever. But in the realm where minions had not died yet, while there was fluctuation in my damage, which there should be, because there's fluctuation due to wither procs, it wasn't 300 to 1500. Something is fucky about how damage is being applied through Evan Piercer. Why target me? You know, what did I ever do? I think we should probably bump this back down if we're going to be only barely clearing it.
I forge more than horseshoes. What's left, you ask?
The chance to get a glyph to... What do you mean max glyph XP? Is that 100? What does that mean? It's capped at 70%. But if you have like a 99 rank glyph, you don't have a 70% chance of leveling it up in a level 100 hit. You have to be 10 levels higher than the glyph level to be at max percent chance. Excuse me. Yeah, sometimes the map will spawn without enough monsters. Just straight up. Which is hilarious. Because when you look at how the pit was sold, and that's like not intentional, right? But the way that the pit was sold, it was like, oh, if you don't like the minions on a particular level, just go to the other level. But like, you almost will never have enough monsters on a single level ever to do it, and sometimes you don't even have enough on 2.
Well done.
So did this change? Hey, before I go like fully off the edge, did that change?
What's still got some good in it?
Yeah, have a wee gamble.
Bastard's not a bad
Pull that.
I forge more than horseshoes and use it well.
Huh. That's fun.
Well, shit. That's not a bad pull, that. All finished, are you?
See some steel you need?
All right. Good to know. Confusing. Hey, you learn something new every day. Yeah, oh, I actually love Sea Hag. Sea Hag is probably my favorite boss. You gotten the eternal boost doesn't work in hardcore? What do you mean? Did you take the boost on a softcore character? They play, you watch? Yeah, you know, at some point, you can get carried, and that's okay. But I'm helping. I mean, we just got up to 12 billion DPS on that target, so that's, you know, pretty decent. Not really good enough for tier 100, but pretty decent. Well, I should have been looking. Sorry, y'all. Blight's lucky hit chance is so bad. You don't realize how bad it is until you try to proc anything with it. Oh, what if I wanted that little shrine? A GA focus. Hold on. Wait a minute. Get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business somewhere. Big stopper. Any obvious reason why minions having lucky hit chance would break the game? I don't necessarily understand the premise of the question. So I can try to speak on it though. Thank you, Fearless. Appreciate it. So hold on, let's cancel this then. Would anybody else like to join in on tier 100 pit runs? It would be cool if we could do competent damage in a tier 100 pit run. Level up glyphs and get some experience. Trev, get back in here. Trev, get on in here. It's not okay when we need to rely on one character to evolve our glyphs. You don't. You don't have to. You literally don't have to. We had this argument before, and that person got really angry that I was calling their wife a liar. You literally don't. I could be doing all this myself right now in tier 90 dungeons. This is quite literally just faster. In fact, I already have multiple glyphs at tier 100 that weren't carried by Spiritborns. Like Dominate and Essence. Although Essence I was playing with my friend who was also on a Spiritborn. But Dominate, I went and hit that one myself. You literally don't need to rely on another class. Or at least not on the Necromancer. As long as you can run a tier 90 dungeon, you can do it. Oh, well, I appreciate that, Viet, but don't. I can appreciate the energy. I would prefer to not receive that energy. We are all just people doing things. Here we go.
Greetings.
All right. Gotta do some work in the last 45 minutes of the day. Hey, that's reasonable. How's the grind going? So we were struggle bussing in 95s where, like, if I wasn't going to get a good fished map, it just wasn't going to happen. Although we only needed like a little bit over 2 minutes to kill the boss. So it was just about clearing out the trash quickly. I was getting a bit frustrated, and a lot of my glyphs were still only ranked like 60. So we're just gonna get my glyphs leveled up, and I was like, hey, if we're gonna be doing that, why not get chat involved? Lord Sour, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs out to the community. I appreciate that. As your resident middle management pseudo boss, eventually it's going to seem weird when part of your payroll is just going in my pocket. I appreciate the support. Thank you very much. I'm having a pretty okay day. I am sick. I feel pretty bad. I woke up with like clearly like a bad like throat or nasal issue, like sinus issue. That's what I wanted to say, not nasal. The fuck says nasal issue? Thank you very much for the support. Where's my cut? Who says that? Who says that? Oh, the goblin. Who's the goblin in Hearthstone? Where's my cut? Who is that? The rogue. The rogue legendary. Where's my cut? And he gives you a coin and he gets a copy of the card. The event in Helltide? Yeah, we have to go try out the event. Gotta narrow that down. Oh, I am narrowing down. The card, when the card's ability activates in Hearthstone, he says, "Where's my cut?" And he gives you a coin. And and the rogue gets a copy of your card. Is that Gallywix? Where's my cut? Gallywix sounds wrong. I don't know why. The picture is him. He's like a very rotund goblin. He has a black hat on. He has his hand out. Where's my cut? Is that Gallywix? Well, there we go. $90 pit, you have 10% chance to update a glyph to 100. Yep. LOL. So are we complaining? Are we complaining that you think it's too hard? Or are we complaining that you want to be angry at the Spiritborn that you believe that you have to get carried to accomplish this thing? We can't move the goalposts if we want to have like a tractionable conversation or debate. If we just want to bitch and complain about a thing that isn't exactly real, but it's just generally how we feel, that's perfectly fine. But I can't really engage on that in a meaningful way. And imagine them having content that we will grow into over the seasons, so we can get measurable differences in power scale between builds, as well as continue to progress as the power of things continues to increase. Like, imagine that. Yeah, that seems like a pretty cool thing. Seems like a pretty awesome way of going about doing it. Like, imagine they add in a content type and they're like, hey, this content type is for the best of the best builds that could potentially get up to the top. Nothing in the game right now should have intentional damage to be able to reach it yet. It's purely aspirational. And we get to claw our way up higher and higher levels, be able to like show the differences between builds, and then it future-proofs itself against multiple seasons worth of continued power gain by the players. And we eventually hit the point where it has become trivialized. It's a great indicator for the need for the evolution, either of the scaling of things or for the existence of the content itself. That's like pretty awesome. It's also not impossible to complete 50 of them. We already have builds that are going to do 120. So it's about 30 of them. And it's like, oh, hey, that's like 2 or 3 more seasons. Depending on your class, it might be like 3 or 4 more seasons. These are good things. It is like good for this to be like this. I don't know why everybody wants to play a game where all the content is just like immediately trivialized the moment that we gain access to it. That sucks. Like, that really sucks the moon out of the sky. And it would make balancing this game impossible. And then there would be no reason to play any differences between the different classes or anywhere for growth. Everything would have to get nerfed so that, you know, people have a reason to be doing anything anyways. And then everybody would fucking bitch and complain and be angry because they had to get nerfed because all of the content was trivialized. And everybody would be asking for a challenge. I get you wrong, Spiritborn is how the game should be. You are entitled to your opinion. I think that your opinion about how the game should function would make it completely dead within a week, and there would be no reason to play during a season, and there would be nowhere for the developers to develop into, and it would quite literally ruin the game, and I mean that in the least dramatic way possible. There is no reason for every single build in every single class to fully trivialize all content in the game regardless of challenge. It's even this late into a season. Never mind within the first 2 or 3 days where Spiritborn were already doing it. Like, we should just make a mobile game where it's a slot machine and every time you click it, you get the grand prize. Like, what is the point of an ARPG? Like, I'm sorry, bud, but that would make for a very bad video game. In this genre, that is seasonal as a live service. Like, doing a tier 150 isn't doing different content than a tier 100. It is a scaling difficulty to a content type to show, like, to quite literally, like, show the growth in the difference and to give a perpetual measuring stick for progression and to, like, give a metric for, like, comparative differences. It performs so many great functions. But doing a 150 isn't content you're not doing. The content is the pit. The relative, like the different pit tiers that you get up to is the comparative metric stick. Yeah. So we already have the Maxwell guide. I'm going to be updating the Maxwell guide, but I'm also going to be making a video guide, yes. Yeah, the ancestral drop rates. Your opinion, what's the point of an ARPG? So specifically an ARPG is what we're playing. But what is the point of an ARPG if level 200 and level 300, nothing changed, you do exactly the same content? Yeah, so that's ARPGs. Very specifically Slooters, at their base, is repeating content over and over and over again in a hunt for perfecting a character. So basically, ARPG's primary driving factor is the perfection of a character. Now, what is the purpose of perfecting a character other than to have a measuring stick by which to determine whether or not your character is more perfect than an alternative version of the character? Now, luckily, they've added in a bunch of different content types that aren't just doing the same thing, which very slightly reward differences in character builds as opposed to just the same build with the exact same setup. But the base draw of the Diablo franchise is quite literally repeating the same content over and over and over and over again on different builds to see how they do them differently and to be able to play the ones that you find the most fun in doing them. Why we have seasons. Because it turns out that people tend to still get bored if they're just repeating content, but with the new season, not only is it a great instigator to try something you've never tried previously, especially with balance changes coming that might differently entice you to play different classes or different builds or try out new things, but it gives you an excuse to start over so you don't feel like you're losing things, but you get to enjoy the progression of it again. The Diablo franchise's bread and butter is experiencing progression. That's the game. That's not my opinion. That is what it's built to accomplish. Everything else is just icing on the cake. Now, because people enjoy the base model of having progression, but then want stuff to do with that progression, they'll have different things like leaderboards. They had the gauntlet for a while, which I really liked, but it was just like so easily bugged that they couldn't leave it in there and like have it be meaningful. It was just kind of shining a light on a lot of like the bugged interactions that were happening in it. But then you give people ways of competing so that all of that progression then has a value to people who don't merely want the progression. and the perfection and the collecting. But the Diablo franchise itself's entire purpose is to give people a hamster wheel to run through that they like running through. So Error Perdition says you do 60% bonus damage. If one of your teammates kills a monster near you, they steal your buff. And you don't get it back until you kill a monster. But the Diablo franchise Sluter, this niche of ARPGs, the entire thing is to be a hamster wheel of progression. And then for people to feel accomplishment about that progression. That's just like the game. Like, you know how Solitaire is like a pretty fun game to play sometimes, but all Solitaire is taking a deck apart and then putting it back together? But yeah. That's why all classes shouldn't just invalidate all content. In fact, no classes should invalidate any content. And the moment that we have builds that reasonably and consistently reach the highest echelons of the content that we're currently doing, either the scaling needs to change or the content needs to continue to progress along with the characters. I think that there's a bit of a disservice done in the argument of people just want instant gratification. So that exists, obviously. That's called being a human. Humans do want to experience the happy chemicals. And efficiency at the end of the day is a way of which getting the happy chemicals faster. But there's a bit of a disservice when we say people just want to immediately have everything. Very, very inoften does anybody like legitimately hold that opinion. But people may want a thing which is not recognized as being ultimately an unhealthy thing to want, which is also very human. But you don't repeat over and over because you just can't do the content. I don't know what that means. And the build you have fun to play with is bullshit, in your opinion, because the attack don't take exactly the same damage. I'm trying to understand the two statements. I don't necessarily know what they mean to be arguments against the statements that I made, but I'm going to try my best. You don't repeat over and over because you can't do the content. So again, it is misrepresentative of what the purpose of the pit is to say that builds are supposed to do tier 150. In fact, the developers said out loud, if you listen to them, this is not an opinion, this is me quoting, they would be surprised if people did tier 100. So just like really let that sink in. no one is meant to be completing the pit. And the pit isn't something to be completed. It's something that can currently be completed, but its purpose is not to be completed. You may want to do it, but wanting to do something that a developer has not made the thing do and expressed that it's not meant to do that is a bit of a fool's errand. And will obviously lead to frustration, but I believe that is frustration made of your own reality. Like, the developers cannot stop that frustration. And the build you have fun to play with is bullshit in my opinion because the attacks don't do exactly the same damage. Yeah, so it turns out that a lot of people who play Diablo games, and I'm going to go ahead and let you know, this is actually the vast majority of the player base. Like the vast majority of the player base. People who aren't even watching on Twitch. They only care about playing the build that they think is cool. They actually don't give a single fuck about the comparative differences between their build and what other people have designated as the meta. They just like the thing that they like doing, and they are excited when that thing that they are doing can do different stuff. An ARPG would be incredibly boring if every build and every class all just did the same thing. Because also with season to seasons, while some people may be slightly negatively impacted by their particular favorite thing not being the strongest thing, again, a lot of people who played an ARPG more than once, like more than one season, will eventually want to try a different thing. So it's very exciting to have a reason to go try a different thing. And one of the reasons why you may go try a different thing is because there's something you've always been curious about, and from what you understand, it's going to be stronger than the thing that you already know is your favorite thing. And I hope you understand that logic of that, though. Why is there a reward for completing something that is not designed to be completed? Why is Pit 100 the benchmark for top tier builds when you need to do 101s to effectively fully level your glyphs? You do not have to do 101s to effectively fully level your glyphs. You only have to do 100. I don't think every build should be able to do 150, but it seems to be more reasonable. Benchmark is 120-ish for performance barometer between builds. It sounds like, so I can try to answer a couple things. Why is there a reward for completing it? Because eventually we will be able to do it. And we will get to that point. And there has to be a reward tied to the end of it, because I'll let you know, if there wasn't a reward tied to the end of it, this gaming community would burn the fucking moon out of the sky. People hate when there is no recognition of the thing that they've accomplished. People are appalled by that. Not just, oh, it would be cool if it exists. No. People would be review bombing this game into the ground if there wasn't. So that's the only reason why something exists. Just straight up. And that's mostly man babies. But obviously there will be something tied to accomplishing the thing. And we understand that every single season we become stronger than we were previously. We're actually stronger right now after the stat squish than we even were before the stat squish. So the pit is aspirational. And that's the value. Like, the whole thing that kicked off this conversation is, why the fuck is there a level 50 pit if most people can't do it? Well, it's because it's future-proofed. 2 or 3 seasons down the line, regular builds with their power that they gain, and maybe some borrowed power, will now be reaching 150. And it's like, oh, holy shit, builds are finally getting to unlock that thing. It's a reason to go play a different build. Oh, this build can actually do it, mine can't. And that will also cause people to be angry. And there's just like nothing that the devs can do about that. So that's that. There's a reward for completing it because there has to be, or people would set the moon on fire. And even on top of that, it is a cool thing to have done, and we'll eventually get there. Pit 100 is the benchmark, because quite literally doing it is the best thing that you can do. because you are at the max chance to level your glyph. Not only that, Pit 100 is representative. So Pit 100 is... Let me say a couple different things. I'm not sure who called Pit 100 a benchmark. So that's not just like a truth. But if we want to talk about it being a benchmark, it's a fairly logical benchmark. Because the amount of damage that's required to do it is something that at least one build on every single class can accomplish. And not only that, some builds can even go seriously beyond that, so how fast you can run a tier 100 continues to be a fairly good metric as well. So it serves the purpose of both being like, hey, getting here, like, makes logical sense, and then it continues to serve the purpose of our ability to compare things after. And I can't really speak to the tier 120 makes more sense. Basically, no builds can get to tier 120, so I'm not sure why we're using that as a metric at all. That can't be a benchmark because 90% of the builds can't even do it. So that seems like a weird benchmark. And also, the last part is pedantry. I'm not sure if barometer... I'm not sure if we meant something by barometer. But I assume we just meant a thing that measures stuff. But if you could explain to me what a tool for measuring, like, specifically pressures, meaning, if that is relevant to the conversation. But I don't want to complete the pit. I want to evolve my glyphs on my sword. For example, I run pushing hard on 85. Now my glyphs say 0% chance. So how do I evolve them? Get better gear. Like, leveling up your glyphs isn't the only thing that is getting power. The much more substantial thing is getting better gear. But there are absolutely sorceress builds that can and do run at least tier 90. You yourself have already stated that you know that running a tier 90 can get your glyphs up to 100. So, like, do that, I guess. But the goalpost movement has been pretty buck wild. Like, you know the answer to your question. You've moved the goalpost 4 or 5 times. You know how to do the thing you want to do. You know it's possible. So I think you're just screaming into the void. What I would recommend doing, you know, and I'm being a bit hostile here, but it's because, I don't know, you've been pretty much a jackass while talking to me. What I would highly recommend doing is sitting down and looking at the places within which you feel as if the class is not properly, like, meeting expectations that are reasonable. Formulate that into a really good set of feedback and then put it on the forums. You are empowered to be able to ask for the change that you want. But if the change that you want is every class should be able to do at tier 150, you can scream that into the void as well. Everybody is free to share their opinion. But just know that I think that that would be ultimately unhealthy for the game. Yeah. So we've talked about, like, basically we've talked about how can we make this system feel better for people. And the takeaway was basically just like glyph leveling shouldn't have a minimum tier that's required to be able to accomplish something. Like, you should always have a chance to be able to level up your glyph. And I think that that kind of solves, like, even if it's a 1% chance or like a 5% chance, you should always, like, generally have a chance to be able to level up your glyph. So that if you really just don't want to play a build that would be stronger that could do it faster, you instead have the ability to do it. And I think that that's a perfectly reasonable take. Am I playing PoE 2 on early access? Hey, real quick, when does PoE 2 early access start? Also, and I am sorry, a lot of people are talking, so I'm like missing stuff. Don't think that I'm like intentionally ignoring things. The 12th, December, I would like to, yeah. What do I have to do? I have to give them 30 bucks? Is PoE 2 no longer free to play? Or is this just something that you can do and PoE 2 is still free to play? I do not care either way. I think you should get paid for your games, but... The early access is pay to play, but the game itself is. You just salvaged your weapon by mistake. You feel really bad. What was your weapon? What class? Early access stream on Thursday. Yeah, I remember that. So they're going to explain stuff on Thursday. Yeah, I mean, I intend on playing PoE 2, for sure. But hey, real quick. You salvaged your weapon. What was the weapon? E-ticket. I think that core game mechanics that are only available in the expansion is what will make the game fail. I can promise you the expansion existing is not going to make the game fail. In video games that have expansions, you just have to buy the expansion if you want to continue to enjoy the game to the fullest. I know that sucks for people who cannot afford the expansion. I agree, capitalism sucks. But games having expansions very much are not the reasons why a game fails. Just not having expansions is what would ultimately lead to the game being less successful. You get me all wrong. I don't think that well, it's hard for me to know because I do think that like I can't quite understand the point that you're making. But you yourself know that you can get your glyphs up to rank 100. Also, I'm not sure, like, if the desire is just to be able to complete your character, you know that you can get your glyphs up to rank 100 because you know that you can run a tier 90 and do it. And you also know that there are sorceress builds which can do that. If your build in particular can't do that, that stinks. And it does suck that to be able to complete your character, you may have to play a different build for a little bit. But like, your original statement is you have to be in a group with the Spiritborn to do this. You don't. There's no other argument. the argument was over at that point. So I'm going to personally disengage because I don't think that we're going to be having a particularly valuable conversation. But I just hope that the truth can buoy you. The base game is playable, but you feel like you got cheated. Can you speak on that? So the base game is completely playable. You can continue to do the things in the base game. You'll continue to get seasonal content. There are multiple things that actually came to not just the expansion, but are due to the expansion existing. Like, the base game also got better with the release of the expansion.
Like a true warrior.
Can you explain cheated? So that's like a very aggressive claim. Did I see them launch your rocket? What up, Super Jeff? I don't know what that means. Can you help me to... Who are they and what is your rocket? Can you join me? Not currently, we're full. So, Ticket, I'm positive, depending on what your class is, we can hand you a replacement weapon right now. I just need you to tell me what it was. We can hand you multiple weapons right now. We need some insight. And then you can have a weapon again. There was a SpaceX rocket? Or do you work for SpaceX? I do not follow SpaceX because I do not follow Elon Musk because I think he is a terrible human being. You actually help with the manufacturing? That is pretty sick. That is awesome. Was this like a test rocket for like re-entry and like I know they had like a successful like re-grab of a... Was it of the shuttle itself or was it of one of the boosters? Like a re-entry, re-grab and like successful... whatever the term is. Also, I don't think that people at SpaceX are evil. I think Elon Musk is a horrifically evil human being. That does not reflect on the people that work there. For you to evolve is to stop having fun. I don't know how that is the takeaway, but if that's how you see it, then yes, that is how you see it. I can't really do anything about that. They promised you things but didn't deliver. But what did they promise that they didn't deliver? Because you weren't promised all of those things. They were like expansion things. How good, Bloodlance? Very good. S tier. Ooh, actually got a GA on something? Wowie. Actually not the worst. I'll hold on to that. They announced the time for the PTR campfire chat? I don't believe so, but it's... Or I don't know, but it's always around the same time. What makes Elon evil? Oh, he's evil. Like, just go listen to the things that he says. Listen to the things that he says and the things that he does. He claimed that his daughter had died when in reality, his daughter is trans, and he has effectively orphaned her. He has unironically said the words "the woke mind virus" in relationship to the child who he has abandoned because the child had the audacity of being trans. I think what really happened was that he didn't take his divorce with Grimm's well, and he's now in "I will prove them all wrong" mode, which is him just being straight up evil. He union busts. That's pretty fucking evil. Oh, he illegally union busts as well. Straight up fired people who began having discussions about unionizing, which is protected through the U.S. Constitution. So pretty wild. Or not necessarily Constitution. I actually forget what protects you against not getting fired for wanting to seek a union. But yeah, just evil shit. Did a bit of Holocaust denial. Does a lot of the does a lot of the anti-Semitic stuff, like weaponizing propaganda about Jewish people wanting to make the whites of the world hated, like pushed a lot of that nonsense for a little bit. Oh, he's trying to buy our democracy? Just straight up. Illegally over-donated to a presidential candidate. Has negatively impacted the lives of like thousands upon thousands upon thousands of workers. That's bad, dude. Can't tell somebody what they believe in. I can call you a piece of shit, terrible, awful person for abandoning your child because you have a disagreement with them about a medically provable thing about them. I can absolutely tell you you're a piece of shit and judge you for doing that. Abandon your child is not a thing we had a disagreement about a thing. Sorry. Not a thing. We've had 2 seasons with actual seasonal mechanics. Everything else was filler or changes, current things that need to be fixed. So Oppo, if I may, and you're completely valid to feel the ways that you feel. This statement, they have cheated us because of the things that they promised. I don't think that you have put forth a piece of evidence that supports this claim. I think it feels that way probably, and we may just be like misnaming a thing. But like the team has been transparent the entire time about every single move they've been making since season 1, and even before season 1. So I don't think that a thing that can be laid at the feet of the developers is cheating us or lying about things that they will deliver. They have told us the things that they are delivering the entire time. People like you restore my faith in human race. Thank you. That's very powerful. I can appreciate that. I fully believe that most people are just trying to be decent human beings. And I think all I'm doing right there is being a decent human being. But I'm glad that that can help you not feel lonely. Also, thank you for the follow, Sevelia. Amount of times that you've forgotten to... Oh, yeah. I just leave the pit immediately. It's just like habit. Yeah, political discourse is about how should the government use the taxes that we give them. Politics have... There is nothing in politics that is required or beneficial in the continued exploration, testing, and understanding of the human experience. That's just not politics. Politics is about what does a country do to support you as a citizen, and what protections are in place, and how do we decide how to handle issues that come up in societal interactions as per your ability to be a citizen with rights. It has nothing to fucking do with whether or not trans people experience dysphoria. God, fuck. Read a book. Zoso, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. So, thank you, Mr. Mark.
You subscribe to a bad content creator.
Yeah.
You're a real one.
Okay, sure. Okay, so I have gotten my glyphs up to the point where I can run the build, so I'd like to get back to testing it. So I appreciate you all coming and doing runs. I hope everybody was able to level up some glyphs and get some experience. Thank you, thank you. Good job, community. Appreciate you all.
Thanks.
Let's go run T95. I need tea. I'm gonna go make some tea. Thank you again, Zoso. Pale Nazgul and Brim, thank you very much for the follows.
I appreciate that.
Also, did we get a weapon over to the ticket? The ticket. If you need a weapon, boss, just let us know. We'll get you a weapon. I had asked recently about why my Blood Surge Necro was only doing damage like 5-6 at a time, and you gave me useful help. I now have 100% crit chance, 100% lucky chance. Got my resource. I'm running consistent. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. GG. Proud of you. We get. All right. I'm not going to keep pestering you. I'm not going to keep pestering you. It's just like, I don't need these. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need any of these. I will be right back. I need to go make myself some tea. My throat hurts yelling about fucking Elon Musk. Oh, also, he hurt my throat. Okay, well, hold on. Okay, hold on.
About game sheet statement. I always use this math. Hours played, cost of game. If come out to less than $1 an hour, you got a good deal.
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. Gorbachev, thank you very much for the 4 months. Hours played equals cost of game. If come out less than that, you got a good deal? I think so. That's not what I meant. I'm making tea. Leave me alone. I've been doing mentholated cough drops right now. I do have real honey. There's something about, I mean, I love honey, don't get me wrong. Of course I love honey. There's something about when I'm sick, when I have honey, that like it feels sickly. I don't know how else to describe it. Ow. I'll be right back. Hey. 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 Making this tea was the most harrowing thing of my life. Yes, you can only steal the buff from other people wearing Air of Perdition. Grief? Bro. Bro! Where the fuck is Grief streaming? Bro. Where is he? Fucking Grief. Grief always ignoring me whenever I find him in game. An absolute monster. Okay. So, I have a roommate. So we have a Keurig. Yo, what up, Aureus? So no joke, Grief is right over here. What up, Sir K? How BRRRR does it go? It might top out at like 98. Maybe 100 with optimization. Grief was right here doing stuff. I say, yo, sup Grief. Y'all can't see it. Yo, sup Grief. He's right here. Uses an incense. Goes running over here. I go running over here. And then he just fucking dips. What the hell, Grief? Yo, Boudica is actually a fire name. Okay. Absolutely rude. Run the clip back. Run the clip back. Okay. So I went to make the tea. I have a roommate who also uses our Keurig, but he uses it for coffee. Sure. He has one of those like Keurig inserts, like reusable coffee things where you just put the coffee grounds into it. And that ruins your Keurig. Just straight up ruins your Keurig. It covers the entirety of your Keurig with like burnt coffee grounds on every single part of it. So whenever you don't use it, like I just use it to very quickly heat up water for tea. Rather than like using the gas stove, making too much water using a kettle. And it just spits burnt coffee grounds into the tea, which is kind of fine. It's like, whatever. I really don't care about it. Right now, I don't want them though, because I don't want them to agitate my throat any further. So what I do is when I forget that and inevitably make an entire cup of tea, I'll just like put in a paper towel and then I'll pour the tea into it. And the issue is I never do it fast enough because I'm always afraid it won't filter fast enough. Oh, I'm getting lightheaded. So it always ends up spilling fucking everywhere. Every time. And then I have to clean it up. It just sucks. And I've now recorded that minute of a rant. Let's go ahead and... Somebody hit me with the maximum life. Somebody hit me with the chorus of war. Thank you. Let's do 95. Just so I can get some gameplay of it. What are we cooking? Blight. Is my Blight build on Maxwell? No, the build on Maxwell will get updated hopefully by tomorrow.
Blight the challenge
Like, I have to update it to using Shroud and... I need to do significantly bigger pulls. Basically, I have to get to the boss with like 3 minutes, and then I'm good. Okay. I don't know how these small minions are not dying while it's all happening, but whatever. Missed the rant? Oh yeah, the rant was... don't worry about the rant. Frame rates again. There is a weird lag that I'm experiencing. What are you saying, that my, like, it is artifacting a lot? Because this is not like a particularly like high load build as far as effects are concerned. Yeah, like the lag that we were experiencing earlier is like cataclysmically bad. Also, I love that like monsters literally get around a corner and just like, I can't see you anymore, I don't know what to do. Also, Artillery Shrine is putting in insane work right now. This should just be... Do I even want to fight this? Not really. Come along. Come along, everybody. Everybody gets to play. You're eating tacos and rushing back into the pit? I'm just saying. I'm just saying, Grief. It's like 100% hit rate. I see you. I say, what's up? You click an elixir and then you run away from me. And it's just like, you know, I'm trying not to take it personally. I'm trying my best out here, but I'm a human with an ego. At some point you just gotta read the room. And I wish you would just tell me how I could be a better man. For everybody who's missing the context, Grief has now just shown up in chat, so I'm giving him a hard time. As long as I can go to sleep tonight knowing that you don't harbor a deep hatred for me, then I think we'll be all set. Right here, stop blocking people, my guy. Hey, this pack is going to finish this for me, right? I'm experiencing that thing that happens where you are super far ahead and then you just kind of like run out of steam because level 2 just like gives less progress than level 1. Am I the only one who experiences this phenomena? Does Blight work now? Blight always worked. It now does double the damage it did previously. So if the question is Blight now good? That depends on how you define good. I think Tier 95 is now like a reasonable like end goal for somebody who's been pushing on the build. Can I explain? So based off of the rate at which you're able to gain progression, I often feel as if my rate of gaining progression on floor 1 is faster than my rate of gaining progression on floor 2, with this map in particular being especially bad for maintaining progression. Actually, I could just tank that. I don't know why I'm... Slither was not the boss to do this on. I needed another minute.
Who can stand against you? With me at your side.
I need another minute. But it's very doable, especially with the better boss. I also hate how, like, a lot of the time when you're very clearly in Blood Mist, you still get knocked back by that. No thank you, Achrono. My glyphs are actually all level 100. Yeah, so we're very much going to do this, but I'm gonna try something. But yeah, there's something weird about maps and how much progress they grant you. And I can't quite put my finger on it. Can I check my buff on Reaping Lotus? How does Blight playstyle feel? It feels, honestly, basically all of my Necromancer builds feel the same except for like Spirit Wave and Blood Surge. You kind of just stand as close to the pack as you possibly can and shotgun into all of them. You're at 16 out, but now I'm at 6 out of 20, which means my percent stayed the same, but my ranks dropped. Huh. Interesting. I'm gonna try something. This is something that has never been tried in the history of things being tried. One, I'm gonna try to re-roll my Ebon Piercer. Gloom. Gloom, huge. Hold on. It's okay, that's significantly better. Alright. Well, mine, I got that. If Deathless Visage got its double cast, not double proccing the helmet shadow fix, just like they fixed Ebon. I don't know, I haven't. I didn't test it. Is that some? I feel like that was something people would report on. All right, 2 ranks to Gloom. Previously, I only had 1 hit on it, so that's huge. I'm gonna try accelerating. I'm gonna try accelerating. Path of Exile's story in Path of Exile 1 was fairly interesting. So is this when Helltide is over a Winter Blight event? Is that what people are talking about? Quick synopsis on Blight post-patch. They more than doubled Blight's total damage output by making it so that Blight cast twice actually casts twice as many Evan Piercer bolts, and all of the damage from a Blight build comes from Evan Piercer bolts. Helltide's is Winter Blight. Oh. Interesting. Hey, can this corpse bow get pulled? Thank you. I should have reset this, but I'm lazy. That's all right. This will be a great map. With my blast wave? Fuck yeah. Oh yeah, Blast Wave is insane, and it's going to be absolutely bananas for overpower builds. Hey, has anybody been running an overpower build and has been testing how effective Blast Wave Shrine is at helping you to clear? And potentially even saving a Blast Wave Shrine for the boss? Because Blast Wave seems good on non-overpower builds. Also, hey, real quick. How does Wind Wall, when I am up against the monster and already at like max attack speed, actually change my damage output? How does that happen? Hello? Hello, empty? Hello, empty? What are we doing here? What a weird little section. Oh, so also here's the other thing I think I have noticed. I have not had a run just like randomly pop. Are people still getting runs popping just at like 80%? I think that has been fixed. You see yourself creating a PoE 2 content? Yes, I do. You got a run today that did? Sorry, the smoke grenade fucking kills me. 246. Oof, not the best. Maybe okay though. Okay, I wasn't standing in that, but okay, that's fine. Ooh. Hey, that was a great right here, by the way. Oh, I gotta be so strong for Pup Pup. You're right here. Okay, we go again. Like I said, I should have restarted at the beginning, but I was just lazy. It really feels like, so other people have reported that there is a cap to how many monsters can be affected by damage over time. That is a thing that has been reported. For here, right there would have been pretty tops. Decent map. We gotta get second Snake Lady over here. Ooh, vampires. Immediately an awful map, actually. Actually, Naga Shaman with vampires? Undoable? Yeah, undoable. No reason to try. First full pack is just only snake naga, like naga shamans, and then also vampires. Literally no reason to do it. No reason to do the map. Doesn't that suck? So it feels underwhelming. Well, it's definitely underwhelming in comparison to other things, but any build which can do tier 95 is probably a fairly good build. You know what I mean? I think one thing that we'll have to do as a player base is determine what expectations should look like. You think Blight goes to A tier then? It already goes to A tier. Because we know it can clear tier 90. Oh, I'm sorry. It would have to clear tier 100. Which, my gear isn't perfect. I have pretty good gear. Like, my Evan Piercer is insane. It is literally missing one Masterwork crit from being a perfect item. Where's old Shadow Blight? Who knows? Why am I clearing trash? Oh, 'cause it's easy. It makes me feel powerful and good. But I think Overpower Sever is now S tier. I would have to clear 110, which it didn't gain enough damage to be able to accomplish that. So no. The spiders shoot from so far away that even if you're at the back of the room. Like they still are out of range. It's bad. It's bad. Oh. Now there's skeletons. Now my elites are the skeletons as well. Hey, this is a reset. That how you, yeah, so our tier lists are based off of what pit tier monsters have cleared, or builds have cleared. Can you show my current gear? I can. Nothing changed in the hierarchy. As far as what builds are the best builds, no. Is there a difference in damage scaling? Nope. Additive damage is all equivalent. Doesn't matter what type of additive damage it is on Shadow Blight. Or, I'm sorry, on Blight Necro. The Ebon Piercer is quite literally one roll away from being a 100% perfect item. Every Necro build got buffed. Some Necro builds got buffed more. But the strongest builds also got buffed, so. If I have 12 out of 12 Masterwork, but then enchant a modifier, do I need a 12 out of 12 again? You do not. Nope. The slot keeps the Masterwork crits. Yeah, Spirit Wave is probably the strongest all-around build in that it can do everything at a good clip, as well as being the second strongest pit build. Something very weird is happening where Corpse Explosion like isn't casting all of the time. Ooh, hey now. Not a great first floor, but not a bad first floor. A workable first floor. Bro. The shrine is insane. Where is he? Okay, we got him. I am experiencing something that I would experience on Bloodlance, which is like a super rubber banding inside of dungeons if I procced too many corpse tendrils too quickly. Also, the air in here is just like tearing itself apart, which is not great. And I hate it very much, and I hate that it strobes. Like, it doesn't take my inputs. No, I do not use frame gen, and I do not use DLSS. Or DLSS frame gen, and I don't use, like, ray tracing. Okay. I need one more pack. It needs to be 1 minute. That'll give me enough time, kind of regardless of the boss. Why does every fucking pack have to have a damage-resistant aura right next to it? What is the point of this? Please pop. Thank you. Okay. 4:30. Easy game. Fun run. Oh, that was wild. Hello? Uh-oh. Do I have to move? Just tank that? Yes, okay. Actually could have just been tanking that the entire time. Get bent. Okay. Not bad. Okay. Okay. Let's touch on the build. Make a build guide. One more time, I missed it. Okay. Give me a quick second. I'm going to run to the bathroom. And then, well, you can't see Diablo 4, so that's not going to help. Nope. Although that's a cool picture. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Sirog's here. Sirog, how much longer did you have on your timer? Because, like, I don't know. Also, I really, really, really liked accelerating. Okay. You had a little over 2 minutes. I think with a better boss and having cleared through a better pit, this what I currently have is like 1 minute of clear time, just based off the averages that I experienced. And that, like, first time walking into a 95 and like almost clearing the boss in like 2 minutes. I don't know what the fuck was up with that. Actually, I do kind of know what was up with that. It was Subo. I think Subo gives better damage against a boss than Rahir does. But I really like Rahir because he kind of just doesn't knock people around. I don't know. Okay. I hated Subo in actually clearing the pit. I hated him. It was god awful. It was the worst. I fucking hated it. His Molotovs just knock everybody out. Oh, I hated it. Okay. Give me... give me 2 minutes, I'll be right back, and then we will cover the build. My glyphs are now 100. So that was with 100 glyphs. Which is also like kind of wild, like, I don't know. That one time we got to the boss and almost cleared him in like just over 2 minutes. What boss was that? Does anybody remember? Because like going from tier 65 glyphs to this and then not clearing it fat. Maybe I should do another run, but with Subo. Because I think Subo is goated for 2 reasons, very specifically on the boss for cooldown reduction. So like I had a couple times here where Soul Rift wasn't completely off cooldown. Correct. Bosses are not unstoppable. Unstoppable monsters cannot have crowd control effects applied to them. Bosses can have crowd control effects applied to them. It applies as a stagger. And then once they are staggered, they are considered to have all crowd control effects on them. Bosses are not unstoppable. It's like a... Unstoppable is very specifically that symbol over the head of a monster that has broken chains. Lee Kurtos, thank you so... Thank you so much for the 25 bits. That's a great name. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. I think we should try one more run where I do Subo and just kind of like suck it up. Hold on. I might be buying the best gloves ever. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, regardless. I'll be right back.
Blessed above all others be the hour when you remember to remember me. I'm going to let you pray for me tonight. You shall die exquisitely. So, here we go.
Let's try this one more time with Subo again. Yo, what up, Monarch? Sad to see the buff isn't good enough? What does good enough mean? Like, this buff is insane. Like, this buff is wildly, wildly powerful. I also... I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to put the other one up over here. Or maybe, yes, absolutely. That is what I'm going to do. If I don't have her here though, oh, I'm about to buy Sig. All right, and we got that, dude. And I got to haggle. I fucking love haggling. So with Visage buff, I want to try to make Exploding Scourge build on Spiritborn. Bunch of lucky hit. I'm not too... I would not be a great source of information for this. I'm running Abyssal, Amplify, Sacrificial, Scourge, Eliminator. I will probably need res again, because I'm going to drop Rahir. Rahir is currently granting me 15 res, which puts me at a 157. 160. 163. 166. That's probably capped. Who knows? What you need on gloves? I'm trading for GA attack speed, GA lucky hit chance, which I'll then roll intelligence onto. Sadly, I have run out of Obdicite. While we're waiting, let me hop down here. Let me go back over to Subo. I do like Variana. Variana is very, very good here. I like Variana for the reset. She also has so much attack speed from us. Higher. That one, that one. Let's peek. It just felt like Rahir should have better uptime on his, and he just, like, kind of doesn't. Well, it all depends on whether or not bosses move, right? And I guess Subo will reapply his sooner than Rahir will? That's accurate, right? Ooh. What? What? Requita. Oh. Hello. And Jesus Christ.
I appreciate that.
Hell yeah. So I did just buy these gloves for 1 billion gold. And then I did just buy these gloves for 1.5. Yo, thank you very much, T Hutch. I'm glad you do. So these are pretty cool. Let's try to craft them. Now, was I enjoying the Blight size? Blight size? It's hard to say. I could try it without Blight size, just to get an idea. Min roll. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Until next time, I will not let you down.
Yeah, we'll be near cap. And then we roll them. We roll them for perfect int. Is 121. Perfect. Those are fucking insane. They're not triple GA, but they're a double GA. Is corpse build good with the blood? No. Sadly, no. It's slightly better than it was before. Okay, and now let's masterwork these bad boys. I would like lucky hit, chance hit. The attack speed hit is also not the worst. Very good. I think I'm using these. I am using these. I'm gonna use these. Oh, right, this has a crit on it. Okay, I'm gonna try. Ooh, do I want? Okay, I have 10 attempts at getting better damage to cursed on here. Is that worth? Maybe. Let's go ahead and put on these absolutely bananas level insane gloves. I assume Sirach is mad at me. Now, I'm going to do one more run where I use Subo and hopefully clear through the dungeon significantly faster with all the upgrades I've made and get a better boss. And then I can get a pretty good understanding of what the build's currently capable of. I wish there was a tier 3 one that like mattered for us. We're just about at cap, sure. That's fine. But Subo with better damage uptime, better control by being able to re-ramp damage quickly, stronger glyphs. We should be making a pretty, also just like able to pull better. Ooh, how badly do I not want to do this, huh? My ping is at 240. What's going on here, boys? Ooh, I think we gotta do a little save and exit. I don't know what fucking server I'm on, but yeah, let's just go ahead and do a quick little save and exit here. Nice, the Necro's still underpowered. I'm not surprised. Where? Hey, how's it going, Survivor? Welcome on in. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. The Necromancer is the strongest class in the game, if you ignore the Spiritborn. Can you help me to better understand both what you mean by your statement and how you're deriving that statement? Can you just help me to better understand it? You are not unique or new to sharing this opinion in chat. I'm just very, very confused. I don't know what people are currently looking at and what's currently happening, where this idea comes from. And it would help me to better understand the community of people who are consuming the content. Welcome back in, madams. I love you. Running Sever Unmaker, is it better to run damage over time or crit damage? Unmaker and Sever both do crit damage. You do not want to run damage over time. Everyone measures power based on Spiritborn. Sure, I can generally understand that concept, but I don't know what underpowered means other than it's not doing what Spiritborn was doing, and it wasn't supposed to get to the point of doing what Spiritborn was doing, so that expectation isn't like based in a reality. I'm trying to understand where it comes from, because it's stated as if it is like a fact, but it like mathematically, objectively, measurably, demonstrably isn't. And it shouldn't be an expectation, because there's nothing to make us believe that it would be. Is Sever stronger than Bone Spirit? No, there is nothing stronger than Bone Spirit on the Necromancer. If you're talking about pit pushing. Like saying Necromancer underperforming as usual doesn't make a lot of sense. Did they nerf anything on Spiritborn? No, and they should not have. They made the correct decision. Nico, thank you very much for the follow. Hold on. Hey, is that Nico Rex? No? Sick. That's a good thing. My Spiritborn and my Necro do the same damage, but my Necro can't do Pit 100, but my Spiritborn crushes it. I don't know, feels weird, man. If your Spiritborn is currently doing the same amount of damage as your Necromancer, your Spiritborn is doing like a factor of 1,000,000 less damage than it should be. So I don't know how that is possible. And that's not an over-exaggeration. The Spiritborn is doing a factor of 1,000,000 plus more damage than other people. Yo, what's going on, Super Buddha? But also, like, tier 100 is an insane achievement for a build to accomplish. And the reason why you probably feel a lot better on your Spiritborn than you do on your Necromancer is because the Spiritborn can obtain permanent Unstoppable, and the Necromancer cannot. So you spend half of your time crowd controlled. Which is why it's so impressive that the Necromancer is able to accomplish what it does. Because it basically would be 5 minutes faster if it actually had a source of Unstoppable that wasn't Blood Mist. Also, the Spiritborn actually has mobility skills. And more sources of immunity that it actively gets to attack through. Oh, I have evade attack. I don't have multiple evades. All right. I mean, this wasn't a great start anyways, so let's get out of here. Yeah, have a good night, man. The only advice I can give you is attempt to digest the changes and like read the patch notes, because I think that they would help you to create like a realistic expectation so that your hopes don't get negatively impacted in ways in which they don't have to. Did 95 on minions? Huge. GG. Do you think... So people who have been in chat for a long, you know, portion of today, you know, we've kind of like seen these comments like come and go, and you know, if people are feeling this thing, it is a valid thing to be feeling. You know, how you get to that feeling, I think, can be like a bit confusing. But when we try to talk about God, fuck. Not when we try to talk about God, fuck. But what? Do we think it is like the developers could be doing more to communicate? How do we think we're getting here? Why is the right decision not to nerf the Spiritborn? So, the right decision is to not nerf the Spiritborn this season. And I think that most people could suss out why it's a good idea to not nerf the Spiritborn this season. And I will give you this question for you to noodle on, and then I think we can have like a really, really productive conversation. What would nerfing the Spiritborn this season accomplish? Who would benefit? Who would benefit from the Spiritborn being nerfed this season? Who would now be enjoying the game more? What is the best GA on Ebon Piercer? It depends on where the rest of your gear is at. At first, the best GA is damage. Blight deals double damage. So the answer to the question, who would benefit from the Spiritborn being nerfed, is the portion of the player base who for some reason cannot enjoy playing something that isn't the best thing in the game. That is not an invalid feeling, but it is not a portion of the player base that A, constitutes a large portion, and B, will actually benefit from that thing. They will just feel like they've benefited when in reality they haven't. You either play the thing that you like playing because you like playing it, or you play the thing that is the strongest because you like doing that. And those two things can already coincide. They are not mutually exclusive. And all of the people who have spent now hundreds of hours playing their Spiritborns will now have less fun, so that some other people may experience less FOMO. To me, it's very obvious why there's no reason to disproportionately negatively impact all these people who have built into a class that it is not their fault that the class is bugged. It is not people's fault that the Spiritborn released in the way that it is, and they shouldn't be penalized for that. Because again, it doesn't help anything. Now, if there was some kind of game mode where competition mattered, and the Spiritborn was currently negatively impacting other people's ability to play the game in the way that they bought and were sold on being able to play it, then that's a completely different story. But that's why they shouldn't change them right now. To the idea of the concerns of, oh, I want to make sure the bugs are going to get fixed, the bugs are already fixed. One, you're going to see those in the Season 7 PTR. They are aware of the bugs are fixed in a future build. Also, we're going to have another opportunity to test those things in the PTR. So even if they're not fixed, we get that opportunity. But I will let you know, the developers are aware of the bugs, and those bugs will be fixed. They will also get nerfs for things that are still overperforming, or compensated if the differential in what they were supposed to be doing and what they were doing was like larger than what the bug would approximate. So it's not a concern about will the bugs persist. The bugs will be fixed. So then the question comes back to, who benefits from nerfing the class? Nobody. Nobody actually. No real people actually benefit from this thing.
Veil 8 love.
I straight up said to, like, when just like generally talking about the state of the Spareborn, straight up said there's no reason to nerf this class this season. But it absolutely needs to, one, get all of its bugs fixed, and two, absolutely get nerfed walking into the next season. Two, a much more reasonable power level. Baya Networks, thank you so much for the 6 months at tier 1. Subscribed for 7 months already. So we're just going back to back 6 months. Should you buy Vessel of Hatred right now? You should buy Vessel of Hatred if you would like to enjoy Diablo 4 at maximum capacity. And you have the ability to afford Vessel of Hatred. Am I about to run out of monsters? I sure did. You cannot, in fact, just fix a bug in 1 week. Or rather, sorry, you cannot deploy a fix to a bug in 1 week or in 1 day if you are Blizzard, if it has to undergo a certification process. That is just not a thing that can happen. It's not just fix the code. It is fix the code across multiple platforms and then get that thing certified and then get a rollout plan and then make sure that the rollout can be accompanied by oversight. Ooh, we got a pop. Very nice. Be a good boss. Yeah. but I might have been missing some context to the statement. But yeah. So that's why I think you don't have to also just think that like nerfing a thing just because other people like, I don't know. I'm just repeating myself at that point. Oh, thank God I was recording. Oh, don't be a bad one. That's in fact not a bad one. Okay. Better boss. Better boss. Not a great map necessarily. Obviously better outcome, but it's just because it's significantly better boss. Did I like Subo more? You need 15% more damage to be able to clear a pit in the same amount of time each tier that you go up. Is there a way to fit mages into this build for extra dots? Your mages don't do damage over time, and you would be sacrificing a large damage multiplier for no real benefit. Okay. That's a better 95 clear. How did I feel about Subo? Who benefits from nerfing the Spiritborn? Playing with friends. I think the amount of people who... I think the total group of people who, like, are made happier by nerfing the Spiritborn during this season vastly outweighs the amount of people who are unhappy without nerfing it. How's the build coming? Well, we just cleared 95 with like a minute to spare. Good boss, but a minute to spare. Still had to dodge some stuff. The pit clear itself wasn't as good as it could have been. So I think we're like firmly up to around like 2 minutes. I think Mother's Judgment was pretty bad boss fight. Although I think what's kind of funny is I think Rahir would have been better here. The thing with Subo though is that you get better uptime on Soul Rift, which also is a better uptime on Finality. I think I'm going to stick with Subo, but I'm going to talk about Rahir. Tiago, I'm not sure what the question is. Is the season worth playing even if you don't have the DLC? Yes. But I don't... Yes. Yep. Shouldn't have gotten here in the first place? Sure. Yeah. There shouldn't be bugs. Well, shouldn't is weird. It would be ideal if there were less bugs. Shouldn't is I think is a weird way to put it. If they fix Spiritborn in the first 10 days of season, nobody's going to say shit. You are very wrong. I'm sorry. I will whip out my, I have more avenues of learning what people's opinions are than most people, being in my privileged position. The internet would have burned the moon to the ground. 10 days in is most people on one build fully built out with billions and billions of gold spent on a thing, and then nerfing it when they have like, so, okay. So here's the last thing that I'm going to say, just because I want to record this video. Here's the last thing that I'm going to say. We, all of us, community, made the developers promise that they would never nerf a build partway through the season just because it was strong, because of how many people's fun it would ruin. And the developer said, we promised to do this. And the only thing that we will fix is when a bug is directly negatively impacting the other people's ability to play the game. Hence why Evade was changed. We made them promise that they wouldn't do that. There was a campfire chat where they came out and say, we solemnly make this promise to you that we won't do that. Why? Because they did it once and the community burned the game to the ground. For some reason, we have forgotten this thing. And even if you don't agree with that, the community made a stink, the developers promised this, and they have stuck to this promise. And it is good that the developers have stuck to a promise. That's important. That's a thing to remember. That is the history of this game. That is the thing that the community made them do. Remember that. 2. Shit takes time. And while the Spiritborn is significantly stronger than everybody else, it is understood, it is being worked on, or is already fixed in an upcoming build. Then when you consider the benefits, this should be a lesson that we shouldn't have this system moving forward. Hard disagree with you. Hard disagree. There should be no bugs in the game the developers are aware of that is significantly boosting the strength of characters. The Necromancer does not exist without bugs. None of your classes exist without bugs. This one's just the outlier. Literally not a single build in this game currently exists at its current power level without bugs. So just like I will say to vegans and vegetarians, why is it that only some life is sacred and other life isn't? Just because you don't think about bacteria and fungus and nematodes as biological life. They are alive. They experience stimuli. And the reason why I make that statement is, unless they have something to replace it with, to compensate, which again is part of the promise that they made to us, they would not just take away toys just because they made a mistake. People do not deserve to have fun things taken away from them just because Blizzard did not make a perfect thing. So where I'll leave it is that none of these bugs are actually negatively impacting your ability to play the game in any meaningful way, and they are just making a thing very fun for the people who are playing it. That is not grounds for them to change it, because even though it is fixing a bug, which I'm fully on board with them fixing bugs, the very same community that forced them to promise to not nerf things will only see it as a nerf, because what will happen is they will now be less powerful. Regardless of the truth, it is still the builds becoming less powerful, and those same people, which are the majority of players of this season, for this season, keep this in mind, we're the minority, would all be having less fun to the benefit of nobody. Regardless of the circumstance. That's it. We can disagree with that. We can care about that differently. But the only thing that I will say is that it should not be confusing. It is quite literally what we promised them to do. And it's to the benefit of nobody to change it. Yes, that is absolutely true. There are some studies which show that health conditions can be improved by removing meat products from your diet. That is true. I'm very specifically talking to vegans and vegetarians about morality, because I think that there is no moral consumption of organic material. Because all organic material is alive, or was alive. And when you see those little guys moving around underneath the microscope with their cute little philia, phalanges, and little vesicles and tubules, you wouldn't be so cool eating all that yogurt. But yeah, let's cover the build. Oh, I agree. It absolutely sucks that we have to kill living things to eat them. I fully agree. But here we are. Well, actually, let me take that back. I actually don't think that that sucks. I think that is quite literally just being cute, just being animals. But there's this misconception that humans are the only things that farm, and also this misconception that humans were the only things that ever enslaved. It's just like not true. Like farming and enslavement on the on an animal basis occurs. Slavery, fucked up though. Don't do that. But yeah. I one time was in an argument with somebody who was attempting to tell me that I'm a terrible person for having a different moral compass about this topic, who didn't know that other animals farmed.
Mostly.
And also didn't know that fungus was alive. And then I realized I was having a very fun conversation with a person. So, let's talk about the build. Walking into patch 2.05, basically one of the saddest stories of a build for the Necromancer outside of the infamous Necromancer was finally given a redemption story, because Ebon Piercer had a functionality that was missing this entire time that was now fixed. The functionality in question was chance for Blight projectiles to cast twice. If you're unaware, even though this could proc 100% of the time with a roll on your amulet, as well as on your weapon, even though you would get 2 Blight bolts, you would not get 2 casts of Ebon Piercer. And Ebon Piercer right now represented, before this change, about 15 times more damage than your Blight bolt. But now, the developers have... But the developers have now changed that functionality, and when you cast Blight and it casts twice, you will then get 2 casts of the Ebon Piercer bolts as well. This one change more than doubles the damage output of Blight, as well as in addition to some other buffs that came very specifically to our Gloom passive. It was time to see what the Blight build was capable of at this point in Season 6. I'm just going to go ahead and let the gameplay roll in the background while we kind of talk about the implications and the downstream effects of this change. And what I think is really important to understand is that the gear that you're looking at right now, while not perfect, is pretty damn near close. And while I've tested out a couple different things and I think that the build will continue to optimize, I believe that a perfect version of this build, with a perfect setup, fishing for maps, along with abusing the fact that the shrines are now incredibly powerful and will probably vastly outperform on overpower builds just like everything else, but that's a topic for another video. Where I think that Blight may ultimately end up is just scratching the surface of tier 100. Being able to clear that would put it firmly into the A tier, which is a far cry from what Blight was doing previously. If you didn't know, you basically have to increase your total damage output by 15% every single time you want to clear a higher tier. In the exact same build that you're looking at, last night was struggling to stay ahead of the timer in a tier 90 dungeon. Whereas right here in tier 95, we are well ahead of the timer, and if I just skip over to the boss, you'll see that we actually managed to kill it with time left on the clock. And I think that this build, as it's currently standing, as well as like the map that I got, the boss that I got, etc., probably has about another minute of efficiency that I could carve out with a better layout. Which means that, theoretically, I could already be clearing tier 96 on the exact same setup without changing anything else, but with a little bit more fishing. And to go from tier 90 struggle busing up to possibly tier 96 on the exact same gear is a huge market improvement. How do... And just because I don't think it's like quite resonating, to go from tier 90 to tier 96 means that you have to increase the total damage output of your build by 131%. That is more than doubling your total damage output. And it turns out that the change to Ebon Piercer, as well as the change to the Gloom passive, is kind of exactly 131% increased damage. It's actually a little bit more like 135% increased damage. So we are smack dab exactly where we think we should be. And at the end of the day, what does that mean for you wanting to pilot the build? Well, with innovations coming to the build, including the use of Air Perdition strictly for its 60% damage multiplier, the huge amount of damage that Shroud of False Death offers you, as well as being able to very easily reach the 100% attack speed cap in Cap 1, and even doing some cheeky things like including some attack speed from Cap 2, the build feels significantly better to pilot, its damage output is significantly more palpable, and while it's not nearly as flashy as the overpower builds that you might have seen prior to this, we're realistically doing against the boss anywhere between like 5 to 20 million DPS. We're realistically doing anywhere between 5 to 20 billion DPS, which is an incredibly large increase in damage from what it was doing previously, which was topping out around like 4 to 8 billion damage on a good day on perfect gear. Now, while we stand here invisible, let me be very, very honest about this build before you just go running off to play it if you're trying basically anything else on the Necromancer. While this is now firmly midway into the B tier with the potential to hit A tier, it is still by far our weakest actual real build. So Bone Spirit, Spirit Wave, Blood Wave, even like Blood Lance, Blood Surge, Minions, Sever, all of those are going to outperform this build. But what I will say is, considering Blight now very casually can run tier 90, if it's a build that you've been excited about, I feel so weird talking to you while my character is invisible. Let me just go ahead and take off that armor. But if Blight has been one of your favorite builds and you've been waiting for it to return to glory, it's as good as it's ever been right now. It's as good as it's going to get right now. Let's go ahead and talk about the gear, the aspects, everything else that you currently need to know. If you just want to, I'm going to have timestamps down to everything below. You can go ahead and skip around. I'm also going to be updating the Maxwell guide by tomorrow after you see this video come out with all of my new findings. So look forward to that as well. I'm really excited for how much power has been added to the build. And there's a couple different options for some slots where you can kind of choose to pick your own poison depending on what type of content you're doing and how you want to enjoy it. Like I already alluded to, Air Perdition is incredibly powerful here. Just the 60% damage is incredibly. So obviously Air Perdition is incredibly powerful, 60% damage bonus, additional movement speed, which is also nice. Huge amount of lucky hit chance, which is really good because we are completely surviving with our essence management off of a single temper, as well as Soul Rift, even when Soul Rift goes down against a boss. So the more lucky hit, the better, honestly. The other cool part about the large amount of critical strike chance that you'll get across multiple pieces of your gear is that you're able to very easily fit in the accelerating aspect, which I think is chopping off somewhere around like 2 frames of your total attack speed. And I felt like being able to ramp into my damage very quickly was helping me to not feel nearly as bogged down in the pit, where the constant overlapping CC just made it feel like I could never actually stack enough damage to feel like I was clearing efficiently. Shroud of False Death obviously makes its way onto every single build because it's just incredibly powerful and it just brings with you a huge amount of very good stats. The resource generation is also very good to be able to help the engine of this run. This is where you're going to be putting in Essential Disdain, cast core skills to be able to proc Horde Decrepify. I still get questions about this. Horde Decrepify also casts your Abhorrent Decrepify if you've skilled into it, so you both get the execute and the cooldown reduction. These gloves are basically near perfect as far as stats are concerned. They're double GA, which is absolutely insane. The most important thing to do here is get a GA on attack speed. The GA on lucky hit is just very nice. Obviously, you would also want intelligence if you could manage it. Damage to Cursed outperforms any other additive damage that you can add onto your build. And unlike many other builds, like the overpower ones that we typically talk about, additive damage is incredibly important on this build because there's not many sources of it. So while you would never really pick it over intelligence, being able to get as much of it onto your gear as possible is incredibly palpable. You will see the difference. I actually have 2 different rolls of Corpse Tendril size increase, and this is completely just to make actually pulling all of the monsters like teleporting vampires and Naga shamans, basically all the shamans, to force them to actually get on top of the pile of monsters, because the tighter knit that you can get everything together, the significantly better your damage is. I'm currently running accelerating. The other options here would be a conceded aspect for a pretty decent damage multiplier, considering we have 100% uptime on barrier, or even inner calm. The reason why inner calm is a little bit worse than you might expect is because 1, there are a ton of pit bosses that actually move all the time, and 2, you're just getting knocked back so often that I felt like I wasn't getting the full benefit out of inner calm, but it's definitely the strongest aspect you could put in this slot if you could just stand still 100% of the time. For the pants and the boots, you're going to be using these slots to fix both your armor and your resistances. If you could manage it, intelligence, maximum life, and armor here. I do have blood mist duration. These are actually the pants that I built out for Infinimist, and I just didn't want to re-roll it. You could put a total armor roll here instead in that slot to make that just a little bit easier. Then we also want to be going with Soul Rift duration somewhere. I've managed to put the build together as efficiently as possible to make sure that you have 100% uptime on Soul Rift, but you actually want to be casting Soul Rift every 8 seconds. So just having it be more consistent and have better uptime means that you can cast it more freely if it manages to come off of cooldown. Obviously, you want to be using exploiters. This is a huge damage multiplier the moment that the elite monsters go unstoppable, which they do all the time since we are constantly applying hard stun CCs. For the boots, movement speed, intelligence. If you don't need the res, you can put maximum life here, more movement speed, and more corpse tendril size. Just very quickly, the other thing I was messing around with was Blight radius. Now again, Blight's damage itself is completely inconsequential. You'll notice I don't have ranks to Blight here. Why? Because Blight doesn't do damage, which is a whole problem I'm going to talk about at the end of the video. But the Blight radius does mean that more monsters are inside of your Blight, meaning that they're getting the addition of the 20% damage multiplier that the Blight skill grants. But outside of that, you want to have concussive strikes on your boots as well. We're already at 200% movement speed, so adding mobility here isn't super important. You could go with like Metamorphosis if you are instead doing Infernal Hordes. You can also be using the Jaw Teleport rune if you wanted to get even more mobility on the build. It just kind of stinks on controller, so I generally don't use it. For the weapon, two-handed axe for the most damage over time. You would want GA on your intelligence. I have mine on maximum life. You want to roll damage over time here. And then for your tempers, damage to cursed enemies, and then chance for blight projectiles to cast twice. If you have a GA on your amulet, this means that you only need to masterwork crit this one time, which makes it significantly better to be able to get your masterwork crits onto other pieces of gear as well as on the amulet itself. So if we're looking for a GA on your amulet, chance to cast blight projectiles is definitely a massive priority. For the aspect, we're going with Damned, huge damage multiplier, pretty easy to understand. And then we're going to go with Lith Ohm. This is while you're standing still, you'll generate the offering to cast Warcry. It takes 7.2 seconds while you're standing still, then you have it up for 6 seconds. So you have 1.2 seconds downtime. There's just not really a better way of triggering this more quickly. Excuse me. Talking about Ebon Piercer, my Ebon Piercer is disgusting. It is one masterwork crit away from quite literally being a perfect weapon. But let's touch on a couple different things that are important. Other than getting up to 100% chance for Blight to cast twice, the only other important stats on these are going to be the actual damage of the amulet itself. And keep that in mind. Getting maximum damage on your amulet is by far the most important thing. That's why we're using a slow two-handed weapon, because that increases the base damage of it. And then Gloom ranks. We don't care about Blight ranks. We don't care about Reaper's Pursuit. Gloom ranks is the third most important thing. So damage on the aspect, then chance to cast twice up to 100%, and then everything else onto Gloom. For the one ring, you're going to want more attack speed, maximum life, and intelligence. This is where I'm doing Lucky Hit chance to be able to restore primary resource. At the Lucky Hit chance that I'm currently at, so if we were to go take a look at that, we currently have 84% bonus here. That's along with our skill tree. So we're able to proc this at a decently high rate to never run out of essence before Soul Rift is back off of cooldown. We obviously are going to be using Great Feast as a multiplier here, so it becomes a little bit harder to manage. If you don't need, again, resistances on your boots, you can also put essence per second here, and then instead do resource generation on your ring, which in combination with Shroud of False Death would more than offset any of the costs that you have. Obviously, more damage to curse, and like I already said, we're using Great Feast here. For the last ring, Ring of Starless Skies basically solves all your resource issues, does grant you a bunch of core skill ranks, which, like, it's not nothing, but it kind of is. The attack speed is definitely the most important stat here, followed by the lucky hit chance. But again, the crit chance here and the crit chance here brings me up to a whopping, how much crit chance do I have? Actually, like a fairly good amount. I'm at 89% crit chance, which we don't care about the initial damage of Blight, but again, just being able to proc accelerating here just makes that very, very consistent. So we have permanent uptime on that buff. Book of the Dead, sacrificing Reapers for shadow damage, sacrificing Cold Mages for vulnerable damage, and then sacrificing Iron Golem for attack speed. If you do not need attack speed, and you basically need to get up to, let's just, for, you know, simple sake here, let's just call it 95% attack speed to be at the last breakpoint. If you don't need that, like if the rest of your gear is somehow cracked, you can instead swap this over to sacrificing Blood Golem for additional maximum life. It would buff you up a decent amount here. For the mercenaries, there's a couple different options, so I just want to touch on them right now. Basically, Subo with Molotov and the salvo attack that he does when you do Molotov gives you one of the best lucky hit chance procs, very specifically for Decrepify. Remember, your mercenaries can proc Abhorrent Decrepify for you, reducing your cooldowns, and very important, I covered that in a video previously. But Molotov has the benefit of increasing damage over time for 3 seconds, and then following that up, the snipe ability, while not particularly powerful, does make it so that when you successfully snipe the target that he is targeted, he will then apply another Molotov, so we'll get another 3 seconds of the damage over time multi. That's why we're going with this option here. Variana, on the other hand, for our reinforcement, will use Whirlwind. Whirlwind has a short cooldown. It deals a ton of damage multiple times over the 5 seconds. They both benefit from your increased attack speed, which we'll have 130% of. So they're able to apply a huge amount of triggers for Abhorrent Decrepify. This is incredibly important for reducing your cooldown of Soul Rift against the boss, where you don't have a ton of mobs standing around to be able to proc multiple effects off of. Because a build planner is going to be in the description, I'm not going to spend a huge amount of time on the skill tree or the Paragon. I'm just going to go over them very quickly. I do fully build into Acolyte's Reap here. Just being able to generate corpses on demand is always very nice. The increased attack speed whenever a monster dies for 4 seconds goes into cap 2. So that's incredibly powerful. Basically what you want to do is when you see the little, like the trash monsters getting close to die, just doing 1 Reap through them very quickly, finish them off, and then enjoy that increased attack speed for 4 seconds. It does require a little bit of like higher IQ play there where you're like kind of paying attention to things you don't normally do, but it comes with a huge benefit. And also just increases your damage reduction over the same duration. So if you find like you're a little bit too squishy, swing a Reap in there every once in a while. Imperfectly Balanced does work for Ebon Piercer's damage, so that's incredibly important. Huge flush for corpses, obviously. Again, Supernatural Blight for its damage. While we do max out Blight, just because it is there, we are using it to deal damage. Again, this represents maybe like a 30th of your total damage output. I can't stress that enough. Ebon Piercer is the only thing doing damage on this build. That's all you care about. But since it's here, we might as well. Blood Mist with it generates corpses. Also, we are overpowering like an okay amount of time, so we typically have cooldown here reduced fairly often. I do not personally need spiked armor to be able to hit armor cap. You might, so you would put additional points here. We are going up to Blighted Corpse Explosion, if only because this is a better vehicle for being able to apply lucky hit chance procs to be able to reduce our cooldowns even further. Having 100% uptime on Soul Rift gets very hard on single targets. That's why I'm really hammering on this. Building down here, again, Abhorrent Decrepify, applied by our Rune Word. We don't need to cast it. I have 2 points into Corpse Tendrils just to have better uptime on this. This is where we're generating Blood Orbs for our Blood Begets Blood board. There are no other multipliers for us to pick up, so basically this is really good in trash, and every once in a while it gives you like 5 to 10% damage on a boss. Now that they have buffed Gloom to be 4 times your total, this is now an 80% damage multiplier for me, and we would actually get, 8% more if I had a perfect triple masterwork crit on my Ebon Piercer. Terror is here. Terrors here, you do max it out. Sadly, Terror only applies to a boss when they are staggered. I've put in a ton of feedback about this. It really sucks that one of our passives just like shuts off all the time, whereas Tides never shuts off, Coalesce Blood never shuts off, Compound Fracture never shuts off, Avulsion never shuts off, Hellbent, etc. Hopefully this gets changed at some point. Finality, again, since we can reduce the cooldown of this very often against packs of monsters, we basically want to be casting Soul Rift every 8 seconds to maintain this huge damage multi. Obviously, Memento Mori with standalone, 5 ranks into Soul Rift, then we're going with Affliction. You might be asking, Mac, why not Shadow Blight? Then you get to use Blighted Aspect. It's just mathematically worse than running Affliction as well as any damage multiplier that's at least a 30% damage multi. So Shadow Blight, I did test it out, even though it got buffed recently. Basically, the damage on this is completely irrelevant. I'm sorry, you could quintuple the damage output on this thing and it would still be absolute trash. I hope that the developers find a better way of like completely revamping the mechanics of this key passive so it actually serves a purpose for the Necro. For the Paragon in the starter board, we're going to be going with Abyssal. This is a huge additional bonus to 1, the intelligence here, which is really important, and then 2 additive damage sources that are very valuable. Building up into Wither, obviously we want to pick up Wither. Here's where I'm currently putting Sacrificial as another big multi for the magic nodes here that are all a bunch of shadow damage. You also get a really good amount of resource cost reduction as well as damage reduction here, so don't sleep on this board. Building over into Flesh Eater, this is where I'm going to be putting Eliminator for the most intelligence in a board that you can get. Building into a bunch of maximum life and resistances. Up into Blood Begets Blood, again, this is really good against packs. It's going to be good in stuff like the Infernal Hordes. It's not particularly strong against a boss, but there is no other option. Huge amount of maximum life and a bunch of different nodes for a huge amount of survivability. This is where I'm putting Scourge because we don't care about any of the like the magic or rare glyphs around here because it gives you blood damage of all things, but there's a huge amount of intelligence to pick up here for a good amount of additive. Lastly, building into Frailty, we want a ton of attack speed, maximum life. There's a ton of survivability like Res and Armor to pick up around this node if you need it. Obviously a giant multiplier here, additional maximum life around here. Building over into this last one, actually a good amount of resource cost reduction as well as shadow damage over time. You'll notice I don't have enough intelligence. The build can realistically get up to around 3,000 intelligence, so I am missing a pretty decent amount of damage here. But this is where you're going to be putting Amplify. And then that's kind of the build. Hopefully I got through this as fast as possible. Now let's go ahead and just like talk about some of the issues that you might run into. The Ebon Piercer bolts all need to hit the target for you to be able to apply damage. There are 4 bolts that shoot out of it and they spread pretty wide. So you basically need to be standing as close to the target as possible. I found that with a large amount of monsters all pulled into one area, even though the Ebon Piercer bolts pierce through all of them, I just kind of didn't feel like I was applying damage to all of them. Now, I've seen reports that AoE damage in general basically stops applying when you have too many monsters on screen. I haven't found a way to test it. I can't corroborate the story, but it's something that has been coming up, and I definitely felt it while piloting this build. So the best thing that I can tell you is try to keep everything pulled together with Corpse Tendrils. Make sure that you have your Corpse Explosion buff up as often as possible, and focus down both damage resistance auras as well as any like really dangerous elites or suppressors so you're not wasting any damage. But you want to be standing right up against the monsters so as many of these bolts all pierce through as many of them as possible, because those bolts are where the vast majority of your damage is coming from. The only other thing I can really recommend to you as far as like consumables for pit pushing, going with an Elixir of Fortitude is obviously a huge amount of maximum life. Right now I'm at 12,000. Drink one of these bad boys, I'm up to 15,000. Red Amine Buzz for your tier 2 incense, that's going to get you up to another 16,000. I think with perfect rolls you can be somewhere up around 20,000 at this point. Then, just because it's the only type 3 incense that you can use Chorus of War, it gets you 40 all stats, like, yeah, sure, that's fine. And then Sage Whispers as the only beneficial type 1 incense that you can use for additional intelligence. So that's a total of 65 int. You'll be sitting at 2,500 if you're like me, 16,000 maximum life, which you can get as additional barrier. So effectively 32,000 max life. You're going to be armor capped, you're going to be res capped. Now, if you're having trouble actually armor and res capping, never forget that there's a different tier 2 incense, which gets you 10 to all your resistances, additional all res, and then 150 armor. This is a great way to shore up any failure points in your current gear that you might have. Sure, you lose like a little bit of maximum life, but having max capped DR as opposed to maximum life is obviously huge. Other than that, let me know what you think down in the comments. If you're brand new here, subscribe to the channel. If you were stoked to play the Blight build, I'm happy to report that it's doing fairly well. Like, basically every actual Necromancer build is now above tier 90, most of them in tier 100. You know, shoutouts to Infinimist for still being trash, but hey, at least that thing's doing like tier 85. We don't necessarily have a huge amount of things to complain about as a Necromancer as far as build power is concerned. That doesn't mean that we don't have things to complain about, but like raw damage output, we're doing pretty fine here. If you like what you saw, leave a like on the video. If you didn't, leave a like on the video anyways. You know, no rules, no masters, you know, pure anarchy. Just do whatever. It helps me out a ton in the algorithm. It is a huge benefit. Thank you so much for everybody who does it. It legitimately means the world to me. We're just around the corner from 60,000 subscribers. So if you are new here and you haven't clicked that button yet, what are you doing? Click the ding dang button. Be part of history. Again, thank you very much. That's about all that I have. Let me know down in the comments if you have like questions, comments, concerns, different ideas, tried out different things, different cool combinations, whatever you're trying out. This is like the best time to be playing Blight this season, so I assume a lot of people are going to be tinkering around with it. But that's it for me. Thank you so much for watching this video. I truly, truly hope that it helps, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Blight video guide. Okay. Yes, curse damage over dot damage because it's higher. What's better for Bone Spirit, Shaco or Air? Air of Perdition is the best in slot helmet for Shaco. Or for Bone Spirit, but Shaco is still very good. What do I think about dots now? They are in a terrible place and they need to be completely revamped. Did I miss any other questiones? I don't think so. We banged that one out pretty quick. All right, y'all. Hey, we tested the ding dang thing. A bunch of cool stuff. What is it, Tuesday? Are there any changes to buffs to Spirit Wave? There are. Yeah, they buffed Evulsion. I put out a whole video, Fishymancer, if you want to watch it, about all of the changes that were in the patch notes. I highly recommend checking it out. But yeah, they basically buffed every single Necromancer build. Okay, so tomorrow I'm going to mess around with Shattered Spirit and OP Bone Storm. Unless something wild happens on this build. Unless I feel like garbage, just straight up. I just feel like shit. So there's a universe where I used up all my energy right now and I may not be able to stream tomorrow, but hopefully I can. Thursday is Campfire Chat for the PTR, which I'm excited for. Thursday is also the PoE live stream, so we'll be able to check that out as well. Yeah. It's a bummer that any build that can't use Shroud of False Death doesn't get passive skill buffs from mid-season patch. Every build that uses skill passives got buffed. It's not just Shroud of False Death. I'm gonna go eat dinner. And drink some more tea and have another cough drop. And then maybe edit this video. I'm also gonna be editing the build planner. Like I said, the build will be updated tomorrow, especially if I feel like garbage, because I'll just be home. Shroud builds got extra buffs. Sure. Dan Diggable, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you for the new prime. Welcome on in. All right, let's go find. Wow, I ran. Oof, that took all my energy. Let's go find somebody to raid. Thank you so much for everybody who hung out. Thank you for the good discussions. I think we had some cool discussions as well. Damn, dude. Kaisanat has 121,000 viewers. It's fucking crazy. Yo, let's go raid Dragon Dispatcher. They raided us a bunch. Let's go hang out with them. Do I think bone prison splinters? No, I don't think that, well, that was never a thing, and it won't be. I mean, it will be better, but it's not really a thing. It just doesn't attack fast enough. What is... Why can't... Dragon Dispatcher. What the what? Are you just not streaming now? Did they literally stop streaming while I said that? That's crazy. What do I do with that? Let's go hang out with H-Crip. H-Crip is doing Infernal Horde runs with viewers on Spiritborn, so you can go get carried. All right, y'all. Go give H-Crip some love. I appreciate y'all being here. As long as I feel good enough, I'll be back tomorrow. That boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. But I'll see you all again. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kapkun, krap, sawadi, sawadi, gute Nacht, hasta mañana, hopefully. See you all again. Bye-bye.